The Tao of space was an esoteric field that very few were able to cultivate and fewer still were able to flexibly use. It was by utilizing his comprehension of the Tao of space and his space force that Yang Kai was able to take the step past his original limit, and this was far from the end. With his space force fusing together with his Shi to resist the ambient emperor pressure, Yang Kai felt he could continue climbing higher. After this successful attempt, Yang Kai had a burst of inspiration and a radical plan came to his mind. Whether this plan would succeed or not though was something he would need to test now. Considering all this, Yang Kai's previous gloom was swept away, and an unparalleled excitement replaced it. Constantly urging his space force to fuse together with his Shi, Yang Kai continued the ascension he had begun 3 days ago. 7 days later, a white light curtain wrapped around Yang Kai as he quickly flew upwards. The white light curtain was naturally the Emperor Jade's protective halo, and with it, Yang Kai could not feel even the slightest bit of Emperor pressure, allowing him to rapidly approach the Emperor Garden. It had been 10 days since the Emperor Garden opened, and Yang Kai had been condensing his Shi over this period, reaping incredible gains in the process. Although this delayed Yang Kai by 10 days and many treasures in the Emperor Garden had no doubt been claimed already as a result, Yang Kai didn't have any regrets. Compared to those treasures, his current harvest made him far more satisfied. His Shi had now reached a certain limit that could no longer be surmounted by using this Emperor pressure. So Yang Kai decisively rushed towards the Emperor Garden at full speed. Soon, he arrived at the space array closest to him, a strange disc-like platform. When looking at it from afar, Yang Kai had thought this was a physical object, but inspecting it close up, he discovered that it was actually just a projection formed of pure energy. On the surface of this disk was a series of complicated glowing lines and symbols that made up the actual space array. Looking up at the Emperor Garden for a moment, Yang Kai could not help but frown as it gave him a feeling of etherealness, like it was halfway between real and illusory. It seemed to be a physical object floating high up in the sky, but also a projection all at once. After observing the Emperor Garden for a short time, Yang Kai slowly shook his head, withdrew his gaze, and turned his attention back to the space array, a look of understanding soon appearing on his face. With no reason to linger any longer, Yang Kai waved his hand, sending a few pieces of high-rank Saint crystals into the grooves of the space array. Immediately after, the space array lit up and Yang Kai stepped onto it, disappearing in a flash and leaving behind a now silent, empty sky. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure appeared atop an unknown grassland. As soon as he appeared, Yang Kai immediately summoned his purple shield and turned it into a purple light halo around him while releasing his divine sense and readying his Shi. He did not dare act carelessly here. After all, many others had entered this place 10 days earlier than him. If he were to appear inside some group's encirclement, a fight would ensue. Fortunately, Yang Kai's worries were superfluous as under his divine sense investigation, he was unable to detect any life auras within 10 kilometers, let alone anyone lying in ambush. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's expression filled with doubt as he swept his eyes around, dumbfounded by what he saw. Was this really the Emperor Garden? Right now Yang Kai was standing atop a grassland he could not see the end of, with a blue sky over his head and not a cloud in sight for 10,000 kilometers. Bright sunlight streaming down from above providing a gentle summer warmth. How could this be the Emperor Garden? Others did not know what the interior of the Emperor Garden looked like, but Yang Kai couldn't be clearer. The last time he went to rescue Qian Tong with Fei Jitu and the others, he had entered the Emperor Garden once and seen its numerous lofts and magnificent palaces. So why was he now seeing an expansive grassland? However, if someone were to tell him this was not the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai would not believe them. After all, it was essentially impossible for the space array he passed through to have sent him to the wrong place. If that was the case though, what happened? Yang Kai was deeply confused. At the same time, at a certain position inside the sealed space, a young woman wearing a fiery red dress knit her brow slightly and a look of surprise filled her face. This woman was incredibly beautiful, with an astonishing figure and mesmerizing looks. Her physical looks, however, were far surpassed by her aura, one that exuded a kind of overwhelming allure that no beguiling technique could compare and as clearly a kind of innate trait. Every smile, every frown, every move she made radiated 10,000 kinds of charm. Simply standing there, she was like a brilliant flame that could draw in countless moths regardless of their will. The glamorous temple master of Demon Blood Temple also had a bewitching kind of charm, but compared to this woman, hers was vastly inferior. At this moment, this woman was surrounded by 4 origin-returning realm masters, 1 at the 3rd order, 2 at the 2nd order, and 1 at the 1st order. These 4 men had cornered this woman in an obvious attempt to stop her from escaping, each of them staring towards her with obvious greed and desire. In all fairness, these 4 men were not naturally loose and lascivious. Aside from some who had particularly strong desires towards beauties, most masters who had reached the level of strength of these 4 took the pursuit of the martial Tao and enhancing their cultivation as their first priority. But this woman was just too special, and her enchanting style was simply irresistible to any man. The moment these 4 origin realm masters saw this woman's face, whether they had strong obscene desires or not, they could not suppress their desire to obtain her for themselves. It was almost as if as long as they could spend the night with this beauty, even death wouldn't be too great a price. The woman stood here all alone, and although her body radiated a powerful 3rd order origin returning realm aura, the 4 men surrounding her showed no fear. After all, they outnumbered this woman and one of them had a cultivation equal to hers. The beauty's face flashed a look of confusion suddenly, as if she was trying hard to remember something. But even her slightly wrinkled brow had a unique charm to it, causing the 4 origin returning realm masters gathered around her to feel their hearts pound wildly, their faces flushing as they unconsciously licked their parched lips. A moment later, though, the woman's eyes brightened, as if she finally remembered something, a surprised and excited expression appearing on her face as she muttered to herself, "He's here! He's really here!" Her voice was soft but incredibly enchanting, seemingly capable of captivating the minds of any who heard it. A smile flashed across her charming face in the next instant that made all color from the world fade away, leaving only her behind. The 4 origin realm masters completely lost their sense of reason when they saw this and immediately attacked. Although the attacks of these 4 seemed quite ruthless, they held no trace of murderous intent. They were intent on capturing this beautiful woman, then wantonly ravaging her, so how could they be willing to hurt her? However, these 4 had dramatically underestimated the strength of this beautiful woman. Facing this barrage of attacks coming at her from all directions, a trace of displeasure flashed across the eyes of this beautiful woman, as if annoyed that these 4 had interrupted her contemplation. Even her angry expression was astonishingly alluring, causing the 4 men who had just attacked her to feel their hearts tighten and unconsciously reduce the amount of strength they were using, fearing they might inadvertently harm her. The beautiful woman, on the other hand, did not intend to show any mercy, twirling her tender body on the spot while releasing a pink mist to surround herself. Hong hong hong. All the attacks directed towards her hit this pink mist barrier but only managed to cause a few ripples in it, completely failing to break through. The mist dispersed in the next moment, revealing the beautiful woman's angry face. Flicking her wrist, she next summoned a delicate-looking fan into her hand, one that radiated a potent aura. Clearly this fan was a high-grade artifact and its surface was adorned by many lifelike pictures. There were both men and women, all of whom were naked, posing in various lewd positions, seemingly engaging in sensual revelry. The images on this fan were filled with eroticism. An ordinary woman would never use such a shameful artifact, but the beautiful woman didn't seem to pay it any mind, her jade-white hand holding onto the small fan tightly as she gnashed her teeth and softly shouted, "You court death!" As soon as her voice fell, she waved her fan gently. The erotic pictures embroidered onto the fan suddenly seemed to come to life, as the numerous naked figures rushed outwards and swiftly dove into the 4 men's bodies. The faces of these 4 masters changed drastically, but by then it was too late for them to put up any kind of resistance. A single mistake had doomed them. They had underestimated this beautiful woman's strength and had held back in their attack just now, opening them up to a counterattack which they were not prepared to defend against. The scene before these men's eyes immediately changed, the 4 of them seemingly falling into a decadent palace filled with sinful laughter, sensual music, exotic delicacies, and countless young women dressed in revealing outfits singing and dancing, all of whom were constantly throwing flirtatious and tempting glances towards the four men, as if they lived only to please them. The four masters instantly fell into a daze, standing there dumbly as intoxicated smiles filled their faces, immersing in the amorous scene before them, unable to extricate themselves. The beautiful woman swept her eyes over these four in disgust, but instead of ending their lives, she simply donned a veil over her face, looked towards a certain direction, and quickly flew off. Although the feeling was quite vague, she knew that the person she had always been searching for had really come to this place. It had been too long since they had last met, almost 20 or 30 years, so wanting to rely on her original secret technique to find him was obviously not possible. She could only rely on the vague sensation and her own instincts while praying she could find the other party before the Emperor Garden closed. Otherwise, if she missed this opportunity, she may never get another chance to fulfill her wish again. An incense stick worth of time after the beautiful woman flew off, the four dazed men fell limply to the ground, blood flowing out of their 7 orifices, their bodies convulsing violently as their vitality rapidly faded away, dying a miserable death. Just one move had killed 4 origin returning realm masters, clearly illustrating just how terrifying the beautiful woman's strength was. Is this really the Emperor Garden? Xianxia murmured blankly as he stared out across the grassland. It had already been about a cup of tea worth of time since he came here, but Xianxia still could not draw any conclusions. However, the world energy was indeed extremely rich here, far richer than on Shadowed Star. Even high heaven sects and the floating continent's world energy auras were dwarfed by this place. From this point alone, it was clear this was the Emperor Garden. But Xianxia remembered that in the Emperor Garden, he was unable to extend his divine sense very far from his body at all, much less probe the situation in the surrounding 10-kilometer radius, so inferring from this point, it seemed this place was not the Emperor Garden. In any case, Xianxia's best bet right now was to find someone he could ask about the situation. At the very least, it was necessary for him to gather some intelligence about what had happened. Everyone else had entered 10 days earlier than him, so they may know something he didn't. Taking out 2 communication artifacts from his space ring, Xianxia poured his divine sense into them. One of these communication artifacts was connected to Yang Yan, while the other was connected to Qiantong. Both were things Xianxia had acquired in the past and now came in handy. As long as they weren't too far apart from each other, Xianxia would easily be able to contact them. A while later, though, Xianxia put away these communication artifacts in disappointment. Neither Yang Yan nor Qiantong had responded. Even if they were inside this space, they were clearly too far away from him to make contact. It seemed that he would have to rely on himself. Turning his head to look around, Xianxia casually picked a direction and flew off. Even without using a star shuttle, Xianxia's speed was extremely fast, but as he flew along he did not encounter any living people. However, Xianxia did come across many corpses as well as traces of fighting. Some of these corpses belonged to monster beasts while others belonged to humans. It seemed a number of battles had taken place on this grassland, and from the dryness of the blood, Xianxia inferred that these battles occurred not long ago, likely just after the Emperor Garden opened. There were also many traces of spirit grasses and spirit medicines being harvested, so it seemed that many people reaped great benefits here. After half a day, Xianxia suddenly came to a stop and turned to look in a certain direction. 100 kilometers away, faint sounds of battle could be heard and Xianxia sensed a number of powerful energy fluctuations. Obviously, a heated fight was occurring. Xianxia didn't hesitate, immediately changing direction and flying over. Now that he had broken through to the origin realm and had condensed his sure to a certain level, even if he were to face a third-order origin returning realm master, he would still have the ability to fight. He could act boldly because he had faith in his skill. Xianxia crossed the 100 kilometers distance in just half a cup of tea's time, and when he arrived and saw the actual situation, he couldn't help raising his brow and muttering to himself, "7-colored elk?" Xianxia's eyes bulged, never having expected to see the famous 7-colored elk here. He knew about this monster beast because of the 10,000-year incense he had obtained in the 6th layer of the flowing flame sand field. The primary ingredient for refining 10,000-year incense was the heart of this 7-colored elk. Needless to say, the benefits of the 10,000-year incense were immense to any cultivator, as its fragrance could calm one's mind and help dispel heart demons. The materials required to refine 10,000-year incense, however, were extremely difficult to find, each one belonging to 10th-order monster beasts. Among these ingredients, though, the 7-colored elk's heart was the most difficult to obtain. Because this monster beast was a rare ancient beast that was rumored to have gone extinct long ago. So even if some great sects possessed the refinement method for 10,000-year incense, the cleverest woman could not cook a meal without rice. However, after just entering this strange place, Xianxia had actually encountered a 7-colored elk. No, it's not an actual 7-colored elk. Xianxia frowned deeply as he carefully observed the battlefield up ahead. At first glance, this monster beast truly looked like a 7-colored elk, but if one observed closely, they could still see some differences. It was rumored that 7-colored elks were born as 8th-order monster beasts, and when they grew to their peak, they could reach the 10th order. But although this monster beast was no doubt a full-grown adult, it was clearly just at the peak of the 9th order, not the 10th order. Moreover, the 7-colored radiant light it was emitting was not as powerful as it should be. The 7-colored radiant light possessed by real 7-colored elks was an innate divine ability that had the magical effect of ignoring all forms of defense. Even if an origin king were to encounter such a beast, they would have to give way. If one wanted to kill a real 7-colored elk, they would need to join forces with several other origin kings. There were a total of 5 people battling this 7-colored elk. 3 men and 2 women, each of them origin realm masters, with 2 of them even having reached the 3rd order. These 5 were using their artifacts and martial skills to the fullest while coordinating with one another. Even so, these 5 didn't dare act carelessly, and 2 of them already looked quite disheveled. It was obvious that these people had suffered a loss at the hands of this monster beast. Martial skills and artifact attacks blasted towards this monster beast, but the other party simply stood still, its face revealing an almost human-like look of contempt as it continued releasing its 7-colored radiant light, preventing any harm from befalling it. After this violent clash, the monster beast remained unharmed, and instead, the 5 attackers seemed to be faltering after consuming so much of their Saint Chi in this drawn-out battle. Xianxia didn't conceal his approach, which naturally startled this group of 5. What they feared most in this place was Orioles stalking mantises who were trying to catch cicadas. But after using their divine senses to sweep Xianxia and discovering he was just a 1st-order origin returning realm cultivator, they all relaxed. The weakest of their group of 5 was at this level, and there were multiple 2nd and 3rd-order origin realm masters among them, so they naturally didn't fear Xianxia. After exchanging a silent glance amongst themselves, they had one middle-aged man divert a portion of his attention to monitor Xianxia, while the rest of them continued to lay siege to the monster beast. Xianxia was well aware of how this group of 5 reacted to him but didn't pay it any mind. If it was him in their place, he would have done the same. However, Xianxia's brows furrowed, because he found that he didn't know anyone among these 5 people. Although Xianxia hadn't had much contact with the other great forces on Shadowed Star, when the Emperor Garden opened, he had been condensing his sure outside. In other words, everyone who entered the Emperor Garden had flown past him at some point. But none of these 5 people had a familiar face. What surprised Xianxia the most, though, was the robes worn by these 5 people, as they were quite different from those that were commonly worn on Shadowed Star, as if they weren't from Shadowed Star in the first place. This thought made Xianxia even more confused. However, he had only come here to find someone to inquire about the situation and didn't have any intention to intervene or disturb their fight. So he simply prepared to wait until this group of 5 finished their battle before speaking to them. The battle continued for half an hour before this group of 5 began showing the intention to retreat. The reason was simple: this monster beast, which was similar to a 7-colored elk, was extremely difficult to kill. The 7-colored radiant light which it released from its body was so solid it couldn't be broken by these 5's attacks. Additionally, the occasional counterattacks from this monster beast were both sharp and powerful. By the time they decided to withdraw, all 5 of these cultivators had suffered injuries, the most serious of which was a black-haired old man whose abdomen had been punctured and was leaking blood. Although this injury wasn't too serious, if he continued to remain here, it would only cause his condition to deteriorate and weaken his combat effectiveness. Brother Min, how about we fall back temporarily and come up with a new plan? Another old man with white hair asked with a frown. All of them had seen that it would be impossible for them to kill this monster beast in short order, and with their location being a wide-open plain, there was a high risk a third party could swoop in and steal their prey. After all, Xianxia had found them here following the fallout from their battle. The injured black-haired old man was not a hot-headed individual and quickly nodded. Yeah, we'll retreat for now. With the two strongest old men having said so, the remaining middle-aged man and the two women with slightly lower strength obviously wouldn't raise any objections. All five of them made a feint and quickly withdrew from the melee before turning towards a certain direction and flying off as quick as lightning. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, the direction these five people fled was actually the direction Xianxia stood. It seemed they wanted to use him to tie down this monster beast for a moment. Xianxia frowned, immediately understanding this group's plan. But although he was a bit displeased, he didn't show anything on his face. Run away! One of the five people, a young woman with an exquisite figure, who appeared only 17 or 18 years old dressed in a black dress, yelled out to Xianxia as she passed by. Among these five, her cultivation was the lowest, only first-order origin returning realm like Xianxia. However, the secret art she cultivated was obviously quite good as her strength wasn't low. Only her appearance remained quite youthful. With the other party showing goodwill, Xianxia smiled back and asked, "You don't want this monster beast anymore?" The woman's brow wrinkled slightly, but she didn't have time to answer before she and her group flew several thousand meters out and disappeared across the horizon. This group of five wanted to escape, but clearly the monster beast was not about to just let them go. Letting out a fierce cry before stomping its hooves and transforming into a seven-colored stream of light to chase after them, its speed was remarkable, almost to the point where it could not be tracked with the naked eye. As it shot forward, though, it sent out a burst of seven-colored radiant light from its body towards Xianxia. Facing such a monster beast, Xianxia didn't dare act carelessly. Stretching out his hand, he summoned his purple shield to intercept this blast of seven-colored radiant light. No impact sound resounded, though. To Xianxia's consternation, his purple shield failed to defend against this attack as the seven-colored radiant light actually passed through it directly and struck towards his chest. Meanwhile, the purple shield remained unscathed. It really can ignore all forms of defense. Xianxia was shocked and even began doubting his eyes, wondering if this monster beast was a real seven-colored elk. But soon, he rejected this idea, because while the seven-colored radiant light did penetrate his purple shield, its power had been greatly reduced, not having the terrifying force it had been released with. If it was a real seven-colored elk, its seven-colored radiant light would definitely not have such a reaction. As such, Xianxia figured that, even if this monster beast wasn't a true seven-colored elk, it was most likely descended from one and possessed a kind of mutated bloodline. He had picked up a treasure. Xianxia didn't panic and instead rejoiced, his body flickering to avoid the burst of seven-colored radiant light while at the same time, he waved his hand and sent out a giant space blade towards the charging monster beast. The other party didn't seem to put Xianxia in its eyes, thinking that one blow would be enough to kill him, thus not putting up any kind of protection. It wasn't until Xianxia's space blade got close that it finally reacted. However, by this point it was too late for it to dodge. The jet-black space blade sliced down onto the monster beast and cut a small notch into the seven-colored light halo around its body. The defense, which the previous group of five were completely incapable of penetrating, had actually been cut into by Xianxia. But this wasn't surprising since Spaceblade was one of Xianxia's strongest skills, capable of exiling anything it touched to the void. Half an hour later, Xianxia exhaled lightly, stepped forward, arrived beside the fallen monster beast's body, reached into its chest, and pulled out its heart and monster core. A bizarre scent filled the air and, as Xianxia sniffed it, he felt relaxed and comfortable. This monster beast really did share a blood relationship with the seven-colored elk, and even if it was not a direct descendant, it should be a close hybrid. Although its heart and monster core could not be used to refine a treasure like the 10,000-year incense, They could be used to refine some rare pills useful for resisting heart demons. Such pills were extremely precious, and almost every cultivator would want one on hand when they broke through to a new great realm. However, these pills were also incredibly difficult to acquire, even if one had vast financial resources. This heart and monster core landing in the hands of an alchemist like Xianxia meant it could play a huge role and bring him immense wealth. For Xianxia, the previous battle, although not too dangerous, was quite troublesome. With his space blade alone, Xianxia had no way to kill this monster beast, as it was simply too fast. On top of that, it had tried to run away immediately after seeing it was at a disadvantage. Xianxia naturally was not about to let this happen, and immediately used the spectral cloud array's array plate, trapping it inside. With the spectral cloud array preventing this monster beast from fleeing, Xianxia eventually managed to kill it. The spectral cloud array's array plate was something Xianxia obtained the last time he came to the Emperor Garden. At that time, after Xianxia, Feijitu, and the others fell into it, they had suffered quite a bit. With Xianxia's current strength, his space blade, and golden blood threads, this monster beast did not stand a chance. The monster core and heart were the most precious parts of this monster beast, but the body of a peak ninth order monster beast couldn't simply be discarded. So after some thought, Xianxia took out the verdant dragon bone sword and poured his Saint Qi into it. The dragon bone sword immediately transformed into a giant green dragon and proceeded to swallow the monster beast's body into its belly before spitting out its bones after completely absorbing its vital essence. Xianxia smiled happily. His dragon bone sword was an artifact that could continue to grow by swallowing the vital essence of enemies. So over time it would become stronger and stronger. Putting it away with satisfaction, Xianxia used his Saint Qi to withdraw the spectral cloud array, then retrieved the array plate. Turning his head in the direction the previous group of 5 had disappeared, Xianxia summoned his wind and thunder wings before shooting off, disappearing from this place in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the 5 origin returning realm masters who had previously fought with the monster beast were resting inside a natural cave about 1,000 kilometers away. This cave was apparently the den of some snake-type monster beast, but it had clearly been abandoned long ago. Having found a dry, concealed environment, the 5 masters decided to use it as a temporary resting place. They had also arranged some simple concealment spirit arrays outside. That mutant 7-colored elk has not found us yet, probably because that boy managed to lead it away. Good, although that boy's cultivation was not very high. He should have some kind of profound escaping secret technique. The dark-haired old man who had been releasing his divine sense outside to monitor their surroundings said happily. But with his low cultivation, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to escape with his life. The petite woman with the lowest cultivation showed a trace of sadness on her face, apparently feeling somewhat guilty. What does that have to do with us? We believed this trip to the Emperor Garden would be filled with opportunity and pleasant surprises. But it turned out to be one accident after another. The 5 of us being able to survive this long is already quite lucky. How could we spare any care for a stranger? The white-haired old man coldly snorted. The other woman, who seemed middle-aged, added, "Yeah, I didn't expect that the inside of the Emperor Garden would be filled with so many dangers. There were 10 of us to begin with, but now only 5 are left. If we had not withdrawn quickly back then, all of us would have most likely died." Exactly. The black-haired old man sighed and let out a somewhat self-deprecating laugh. It's really true that the older one gets the less courage they have. Although there are many crises in this Emperor Garden, there are also many benefits. If this old master was a few hundred years younger, he would certainly be unwilling to draw back. But now I cannot help acting overcautious and indecisive, far different from the recklessness of my youth. This sentiment seemed to resonate with the white-haired old man, who nodded in agreement. And, back then, where did you and I dare not go? Even if it was a dragon den or tiger cave, we would still charge in, but now... He too let out a long sigh. For a time, the cave fell quiet, with only the sound of the 5 individuals breathing echoing off the walls. After about half a cup of tea's time, though, a shout came from outside. "This Yang greets several friends and hopes to ask you a few questions. May I have your permission to enter?" This voice clearly passed into the ears of the 5 who were sitting cross-legged inside the cave, making their expression change dramatically the white-haired old man immediately shouting out, "Who goes there?" Someone being able to approach so close to them without being detected caused the white-haired old man's heart to clench, as he secretly felt thankful this newcomer had not launched a sneak attack. If this person had any malicious intentions, the five of them would likely have suffered greatly just now. Outside, a hearty laugh rang out. "We met just moments ago. Could it be you don't remember this one? I should first introduce myself, I suppose. This one's name is Yang Kai." Yang Kai. The group of five all frowned, but when they released their divine senses outside, their looks of confusion soon turned to shock. "It's that boy from just now. Not only did he not die, he even escaped from that monster beast? How is that possible?" The five masters all exchanged dumbfounded looks, all of them very curious about how Yang Kai managed to escape from that terrifying monster beast. However, they had serious concerns as well. After all, when the five of them had escaped just now, they had clearly used Yang Kai as bait, so seeing him track them down now, they could not help worrying about his intentions. "Brother Min." The black-haired old man looked at the white-haired old man and hesitantly spoke. "It shouldn't be a problem. From his tone, it doesn't seem like he's here to seek revenge, and with his low cultivation, even if he was here for revenge, would he have the ability? Let him come in," the white-haired old man said lightly. It wasn't that this old man was blind, it was just that Yang Kai's realm was really too low. With that, and the fact that he was all alone, the white-haired old man was confident Yang Kai couldn't stir up any trouble even if he wanted to. The black-haired old man heard this argument and agreed, waving his hand to open a hole in the spirit array which was concealing them before politely calling out, "Little friend, please come in. Many thanks." Yang Kai smiled lightly, stepped forward, and walked into the cave, not showing any sense of wariness, startling the five inside slightly. This boy acting so boldly either meant he had problems with his head and didn't understand how brutal the world truly was, or he had something to depend on which allowed him to not place the five of them in his eyes. The latter was unlikely, so obviously the former must be the truth. This was indeed possible as Yang Kai looked quite young but was already an origin realm cultivator. So, him being the disciple of some great force who had spent his entire life in retreat inside the sect, not having contact with the outside world, was probable. Considering all this, the five people in the cave all calmed down greatly. Such people were easy to deal with. The cave was not very large, only a couple dozen meters across, and was pitch black inside. When Yang Kai walked inside, he glanced around lightly before nodding to himself. Although the actions these five people took when they escaped earlier had made Yang Kai somewhat disgruntled, from what he could tell, they were not truly vile and wicked people. Otherwise, they would definitely have attacked him as soon as he stepped into the cave. At least, for now, none of them showed any openly hostile intent. The younger woman even nodded lightly to him, while the older woman wore a somewhat embarrassed look, seemingly feeling guilty about how they acted when they last separated. Yang Kai also relaxed at this moment. Up until now, he had still been thinking that if these people did not know how to show some discretion, he would certainly not show them any mercy. Now it seemed he would not need to trouble himself over this. Yang Kai greets several friends. Yang Kai cupped his fists and chuckled slightly. Little friend Yang is too polite. The old man with white hair seemed to be the leader of this group, and tactfully did not ask how Yang Kai managed to escape from the previous monster beast, instead introducing himself in return. This old master is Vanishing Moon Island's island master Min Sha, and these are this old master's closest friends. He spoke in an easygoing tone, as if nothing had happened before. Vanishing Moon Island? Yang Kai frowned, a black look covering his face. However, since the other party called himself an island master, he was probably from the limitless ocean, so it was not surprising Yang Kai had never heard of him. After all, Yang Kai had never traveled to the limitless ocean, and the only great force he had any substantial contact with from there was the Sea Heart sect. Yang Kai came to his own conclusions to explain his lack of familiarity with these people. But the next words that came out of Min Sha's mouth caused him to stare dumbfounded. Vanishing Moon Island is an island force on Azure Tree Star. Its only natural little friend has never heard of it. May I ask which star little friend Yang comes from? Min Sha asked. Azure Tree Star? Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared towards Min Sha and the others in complete shock, his heart pounding violently for a moment. However, Yang Kai's mind was sharp, so although Min Sha didn't say much just now, he was also to pick out some unexpected information and quickly asked, "Does Island Master Min mean that cultivators from more than one star have entered this Emperor Garden?" As soon as the words came out, all 5 of the people here laughed. Yang Kai scratched his head and stood there awkwardly, knowing he must have asked something obvious. "Is the star little friend Yang hails from a remote place?" Min Sha speculated. "What Island Master Min says is correct. The star this Yang comes from is indeed relatively remote. So," Yang Kai nodded slightly. "And no wonder," Min Sha said with a look of understanding. "Our Azure Tree Star is the same, its location quite remote with limited contact with the outside world. Originally, this old master and his friends had the same idea as little friend Yang, thinking that only Azure Tree Star's cultivators were able to enter the Emperor Garden. It was not until we actually entered this place that we learned that all of the star field's cultivators could come here. This old master also found someone to inquire about this situation and discovered that the Emperor Garden had appeared on every star in a kind of illusionary state, and as long as one held an Emperor Jade, they would be able to pass through the special space array and arrive here. So it's like this," Yang Kai murmured before saying casually, "This Yang's shadowed star is probably in a similar situation to Island Master Min's Azure Tree Star." Shadowed star. All 5 frowned, apparently never having heard of shadowed star. However, it seemed that although Azure Tree Star was indeed quite remote and it was hard for them to communicate with the outside world, it was still far better off than shadowed star. Shadowed star was essentially isolated from the rest of the star field, its cultivators unable to reach any other star no matter how hard they tried. Azure Tree Star was not such an extreme case. The situation here really surprised Yang Kai. He never thought that the Emperor Garden would actually open to the entire star field. All along, he had assumed it was only shadowed star's cultivators who would have a chance to enter it. This accident was nothing less than a calamity to the cultivators from shadowed star. After all, the number of competitors had now dramatically increased along with the danger they were facing. Suddenly thinking of something, Yang Kai hurriedly asked, "Island Master Min, are there Origin King Realm Masters here?" Hearing this question, Min Sha smiled lightly and waved his hand. "Little friend Yang need not worry about this. There are no Origin Kings here." He had the same concerns as Yang Kai before. After all, Azure Tree Star's world energy wasn't too rich, nor were its cultivation resources. So although there was no suppression from its world principles and Origin Kings could indeed appear, it had been several thousand years since anyone broke through to the Origin King realm on Azure Tree Star. With his third-order origin returning realm cultivation, Min Sha was already a top expert on Azure Tree Star. This was basically the same as Shadowed Star. Entering this place with this kind of cultivation, Min Sha had thought he would be able to explore at ease, but when he learned that cultivators from other stars could also enter this place, naturally he feared he would encounter fierce opponents. However, after some inquiries, Min Sha was overjoyed to learn that, due to some kind of mysterious force inside this place, no Origin Kings could enter it. That is to say, the strongest cultivators currently inside the Emperor Garden were on the same level as he was. After hearing Min Sha's explanation, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling relieved and his expression eased greatly. Although he had broken through to the Origin realm now, and was confident he could compete with third-order Origin returning realm masters, if he was facing an Origin King, he was quite certain he would not be able to fight back. Meeting an Origin King here would lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, the situation wasn't that bad. Yang Kai pondered for a while before suddenly wearing a solemn expression and asking, "Then may I ask, is this place really the Emperor Garden?" Before Min Sha could answer, the young woman wearing a tight-fitting black combat outfit replied, "Of course this is the Emperor Garden. We all entered here through the space array by using an Emperor Jade. If this place wasn't the Emperor Garden, where would it be?" She stared towards with an amused look on her face Yang Kai, sizing him up with great interest. "If this is the Emperor Garden, then why?" Yang Kai frowned. Little friend Yang wants to ask why this place is so different from what he imagined? Min Sha looked at him with a smile. Yang Kai nodded lightly. In your imagination, as the great emperor's residence, shouldn't the Emperor Garden be a vast and grand palace? Exactly. And that's only natural. There is a palace 100,000 kilometers west of here. That should be the real Emperor Garden, Min Sha said while pointing in a certain direction. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Min Sha laughed before continuing. But the Emperor Garden is not only the great emperor's palatial residence. There is actually a vast territory surrounding it. The grassland we are standing on now is part of that territory. Aside from this grassland, there is also a vast swamp, desert, and ocean in the other three cardinal directions, each of which has its own dangers and opportunities. The cultivators holding Emperor Jades were all sent to random locations inside this place. And our luck is pretty good actually. The grassland actually has the lowest risk, but it is still not to be underestimated. So that's how it is. Yang Kai wore an enlightened expression. If he didn't find someone to ask about these matters, he really wouldn't have been able to understand his current situation. In fact, before talking to Min Sha, Yang Kai was still wondering whether this was or was not the Emperor Garden. Since the real Emperor Garden is over there, why are Island Master Min and several friends here? Yang Kai looked around at the 5 people in amazement, not understanding why they would let go of such an astonishing opportunity to enter the depths of the Emperor Garden in favor of lingering on this grassland. Min Sha smiled bitterly and replied, "It's a long story. Suffice it to say that, although the main palace of the Emperor Garden is indeed filled with treasures, there is an equal amount of danger inside. Without even mentioning the ancient barriers, spirit arrays, and mechanisms, just the number of powerful masters concentrated inside at this moment is quite terrifying. Originally, this old master's group numbered 10 people, but little friend can see how many of us are left now." Listening to his explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood that these 5 people probably encountered some kind of huge danger inside the Emperor Garden's main palace and withdrew in fright. This was not difficult to understand though. After all, everyone only had one life, so although treasures and opportunities were tempting, if one lost their life trying to obtain these benefits, how were they to enjoy them? It seemed the Emperor Garden was a little different from when Yang Kai last visited it. The degree of danger should also have greatly increased, otherwise, it would not have scared off these 5 people so easily. This too was not too surprising though. When Yang Kai came here with Fei Ji too, the Emperor Garden had not truly opened, so many of its defenses were likely in an inactive state. Seeing Yang Kai sink into contemplation, Min Sha didn't disturb him. After a while though, he smiled heartily and said with enthusiasm, "However, little friend Yang should not underestimate this outer perimeter of the Emperor Garden. Whether it is the grassland, swamp, desert, or ocean, each one hides numerous astonishing opportunities." "Oh? Why do you say so?" Yang Kai couldn't help getting excited. That palace is truly the residence of the great emperor, but little friend Yang should understand that the great emperor did not live a completely solitary life. There were certainly many people who served him, as well as disciples he cultivated. What cultivation the great emperor reached in the past, this old master doesn't dare to speculate, but even those who served him were surely not weak. Additionally, the great emperor's disciples should not have all lived inside the main palace but instead had their own residences scattered about outside. As such, there are plenty of secluded homes and cave mansions in the Emperor Garden's surroundings. As long as one can find such a secluded home, such a discovery would guarantee that this old master and his friends had not made this trip in vain. Min Sha said while stroking his long beard, a ruddy glow appearing on his face. And, in addition to these hidden secluded homes and cave mansions, there are also many spirit grasses and spirit medicines that have long disappeared from the outside world, as well as precious ores and rare monster beasts like that 7-colored elk variant. If we could just kill it? The young woman began speaking but suddenly stopped as she directed an awkward look towards Yang Kai, as if only just remembering that she shouldn't be mentioning this creature. Yang Kai simply laughed at this though, not showing any meaning of blame. Not only had he not suffered any loss as a result of that incident, instead he had reaped significant gains, after which he had even obtained a lot of useful information from these 5. Based on this, Yang Kai considered them to be even. "Has anyone found one of these secluded homes yet?" Yang Kai asked casually. Yes. Min Sha nodded solemnly, a look of envy filling his face. Just 3 days ago, someone found a hidden cave mansion somewhere in this grassland and managed to obtain an Origin King grade artifact and many valuable pills from inside it. As he narrated this point, Min Sha's breathing quickened slightly. The situation on Azure Tree Star was almost the same as that of Shadowed Star, so Origin King grade artifacts were naturally quite tempting to him. Since this news has leaked out, it seems that the person didn't have a very good end. Yang Kai's lips curled upwards slightly. Min Sha looked at Yang Kai with admiration. Little friend Yang understands well. That person was indeed chased down by many people. As for what ultimately happened, this old master isn't clear, but it's fairly obvious his fate was quite miserable. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not saying anything more. He had learned what he wanted to learn. Knowing that this was indeed the Emperor Garden was enough for Yang Kai. On top of that, he had learned where to find the main palace as well. Yang Kai wasn't planning on spending any more time outside. Although he didn't know when the Emperor Garden would close, there was definitely a time limit, so before then, there were at least 2 things he needed to do. There were 2 treasures he had encountered the last time he came to the Emperor Garden. But back then, he had not had enough time or ability to collect them. Now that his strength had greatly increased, it was only natural for him to try again. Little friend Yang, from the looks of it, you entered this place alone. If you are willing to trust this old master, how about acting together with us? If we find something good, the 6 of us will each take an equal share. You won't suffer any kind of loss. For some unknown reason, Min Sha actually took the initiative to invite Yang Kai to join their group suddenly. This Yang will have to politely decline Island Master Min's kind intentions. Yang Kai didn't even consider it before shaking his head and refusing. Although I am alone now, I did not enter this place alone. I still have companions waiting for me. I have to find them. Is that so? A regretful look flashed across Min Sha's face, but he didn't press the issue any further, just nodding lightly. In that case, just pretend this old master didn't say anything. Thank you. All of you take care. This Yang will take his leave. Yang Kai cupped his fists before his body flickered and he rushed out of the cave, found the appropriate direction, and flew off. After Yang Kai left, the dark-haired old man inside the cave directed a puzzled look towards Min Sha. Brother Min, why did you invite that little brat? He's so weak. The others of this group were also confused, not knowing what Min Sha's true intentions were. Min Sha simply chuckled and explained. Although his strength isn't worth mentioning, him being able to escape from that 7-colored elk variant proves his speed must be quite astonishing. This old master inviting him to join us was because I wanted to use him as a scout, but since the other party refused, there's no reason to force things. The other 4 inside the cave showed looks of understanding. Enough about this matter, we should focus on figuring out how to kill that 7-colored elk variant. If we can kill it, we can sell its heart and monster core for an incredible price. Min Sha's face became serious. The others nodded repeatedly before immediately beginning to plan out their next move, completely unaware that the 7-colored elk variant had already been harvested by Yang Kai, its heart and monster core now stored inside his space ring. At this moment, Yang Kai was flying in the direction of Emperor Garden's main palace. According to Min Sha, the main palace was 100,000 kilometers away from this place, which at Yang Kai's current speed was a 2 to 3 days journey. As such, he wasn't in too much of a rush. While he looked calm and indifferent on the surface, however, his heart and mind were in a state of chaos as he was filled with anticipation. Most of all, though, he felt a deep sense of hope. He hoped to meet Su Yan here. Since the Emperor Garden had opened to the entire star field, Su Yan would naturally be able to access it as well. However, Yang Kai wasn't clear what her current cultivation was, or whether she had enough qualifications to obtain an Emperor Jade to come here. Although there were various uncertain factors, and the chances of the 2 of them meeting here could be said to be very small, that did not stop Yang Kai from hoping. Because of the Yin-Yang joyous unification art, he and Su Yan had formed a kind of intangible bond and could feel each other's existence within a certain range, so if she was really here, it shouldn't be difficult for Yang Kai to find her. With his head filling with such thoughts, Yang Kai unconsciously wiped the ring on his finger, and took out a crystal-clear bead that radiated an icy cold aura. Su Yan's ice soul bead. As long as she was alive, this bead would remain intact. This ice soul bead was given to him by Qianyu, and even though it had been condensed many years ago, the aura which lingered about it still made Yang Kai nostalgic. Feeling the coolness of this bead on the palm of his hand, Yang Kai's eyes softened gradually and his thoughts quickly became calm. After storing this bead back into his space ring, Yang Kai let out a loud roar, like an awakening dragon, the sound echoing throughout the sky. After venting the last of his rampaging emotions, Yang Kai increased his speed as he shot towards the Emperor Garden's main palace like lightning. One day later, Yang Kai was still flying above the grassland, the surrounding scenery not having changed much at all, showing just how expansive this strange place was. As he flew along, Yang Kai didn't encounter any kind of danger. Although many cultivators had entered the Emperor Garden, they were scattered about this massive space, so it was by no means crowded. Atop this grassland, there were many strange monster beasts. However, they were clearly not affable, most of them either releasing potent monster chi to demonstrate their outstanding strength or display their incredible speed, making them all but impossible to catch up to. Yang Kai did not intend to waste his time on these monster beasts. All he wanted to do was find someone to confirm he was going in the right direction. Flying forward, Yang Kai constantly released his divine sense into his surroundings. Suddenly, Yang Kai's figure came to a stop and a smile formed on his face. Up ahead, slightly to the left, he could clearly feel the aura of living people, and quite a number of them at that. Wanting to ask for some directions, Yang Kai quickly changed direction and flew towards this unknown group. After just a cup of tea worth of time, Yang Kai reached a location where he could see these people and couldn't help showing a stunned and interested expression as he stared towards a certain spot. The reason for this was because he noticed traces of a spirit array. Where he was staring, Yang Kai saw a light barrier that was flickering somewhat, as if it was showing flaws after being attacked. The scenery around this light curtain was slightly distorted, not matching with the surrounding terrain. An illusion array. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked more carefully. The terrain here was rather special. Although it was still part of the grassland, there was also a ring-shaped hill at this location. To the naked eye, the mountain valley formed inside the ring-shaped mountain appeared perfectly normal, filled with many trees but with no signs of precious spirit grasses. However, all of this was clearly just camouflage because when the barrier fluctuated, the scenery inside the mountain valley also changed. Could I really be this lucky? Yang Kai was amazed. He had heard Min Sha say a day ago that there were many hidden secluded homes on this grassland, but he hadn't expected to actually encounter one so quickly. This mountain valley was clearly a hidden, secluded home. There was no doubt about this, otherwise, there would be no need to arrange an illusion array around it to confuse others' prying eyes. Despite this, though, it was discovered and was now being attacked. At this moment, two different groups of people were gathered here, for people on one side, three on the other. Both groups were led by a third-order origin returning realm master while the rest were first or second order. The group closer to the mountain valley was the smaller one, and it was composed entirely of women. When Yang Kai swept his eyes over these three women, he couldn't help raising his brow slightly, revealing a thoughtful look. These three women were all wearing the same white robes and were clearly from the same sect. Each of them was quite beautiful, with even the oldest of them radiating a unique charm. The other two had different styles of beauty, each with their own strong points. But what Yang Kai took note of was not their appearances, but their temperaments. Cold, aloof, even somewhat arrogant, seemingly rejecting contact with others with the frigid aura they released from their bodies. This temperament made Yang Kai feel somewhat nostalgic, as it was very similar to how Su Yan was. On the other side, the group of 4 cultivators also seemed to be from the same sect and were all wearing red robes that seemed to burn like fire. There were 3 men and 1 woman in this group, and they were all staring at the 3 women opposite them with clear malicious intent. Although Yang Kai had only just arrived, it didn't take more than a glance for him to understand what was going on. The 3 women must have discovered this hidden, secluded home first, but as they were attacking the barrier here, they were spotted by this group of people who had come over to lay claim to it. However, because the gap in number and strength of these two groups wasn't very large, a kind of stalemate had formed, with no one willing to make the first move. Generally, when cultivators encountered situations like this, there were only two possible solutions. The first option was for them to fight it out, with the victor obtaining all the benefits. The other was for the two sides to negotiate an agreement and explore this hidden, secluded home together before distributing any benefits they found inside. Other than these, there was no third possibility. Xianxia observed the situation and felt that the first option was far more likely, because from the way these two parties glared at each other with obvious hatred in their eyes, it seemed they both knew enough about the other and had some kind of deep-seated grudge between them. It was also a mystery to Xianxia which star these two groups came from. This situation was quite interesting. Xianxia couldn't be happier. If these two groups joined forces, he would not be able to fish for any advantages here. Facing 7 opponents, 2 of which were third-order origin returning realm masters, Xianxia wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could emerge victoriously. Taking a huge risk for a secret secluded home that may or may not have any substantial benefits inside was obviously not a reasonable choice. However, if there were enough clear benefits, Xianxia didn't mind inserting himself into this situation to pick some advantages. Although these 3 women gave Xianxia a more relatable impression, he had only just arrived here and shared no friendship with them, so he naturally was not about to righteously appear and support them. He simply planned on staying out of things while waiting for these two groups to fight it out with each other. To Xianxia's disappointment, though, neither side seemed to have any intention to act, but his arrival actually created a turning point in this delicate situation. When Xianxia arrived, the 7 people naturally noticed him, but after realizing this newcomer was just a first-order origin realm cultivator, all of them relaxed, the leader of the flaming red-robed group even revealing a disdainful look. This leader was a burly, bald-headed man and looked extremely sturdy. When he saw that Xianxia didn't immediately withdraw and instead floated nearby, this bald-headed man could not help snorting coldly and shouting, "Boy, there's nothing here that concerns you. If you don't want to die, then scram." Hearing this threat, Xianxia simply curled his lips slightly, not displaying any fear, instead becoming even calmer. The woman who was leading the other group, however, raised her brow slightly, a hint of joy actually flashing across the depths of her beautiful eyes. There were only 3 people on her side, and although her personal strength wasn't much worse than the bald-headed man leading the other party, her group was still at a disadvantage in numbers. Seeing the burly bald-headed man threaten Xianxia so bluntly, her thoughts flashed quickly as she considered how to win Xianxia over to her side. As long as Xianxia joined them, the gap between their two groups would be evened out, and she wouldn't have any more scruples about acting. Although a first-order origin realm cultivator couldn't be considered very strong, they were still an origin realm cultivator. In this kind of critical moment, this boy could definitely be of some use. Realizing all this in a flash, the young woman no longer hesitated and directed a cold glare towards the burly bald-headed man. "Kong Wendong, you're far too arrogant. With this queen here, do you think you can still harm the innocent?" After saying so, she turned to Xianxia and gently nodded, saying in a warm tone, "Little brother, don't be afraid. As long as I am alive, you need not fear him. Ha ha." Xianxia laughed dryly, feeling somewhat speechless. This young woman's intention to win him over could not be more obvious. And with his vision, Xianxia obviously understood what she was planning. She needed his help, otherwise, she would not have spoken up to shelter an irrelevant outsider. However, judging from the dialogue between the two parties, these people really did know each other and shared a deep enmity. "Cheap slut." The burly, bald-headed man smiled contemptuously. "Do you have such ability? Actually saying this Kong is too arrogant. I'd say you're the one who is acting arrogant here." Saying so, he turned to glare at Xianxia and said fiercely, "Boy, I'll warn you one last time. If you don't want to die, hurry up and scram. Don't think that this cheap slut will really protect you. If you dare interfere in my brilliant flame sect and her Ice Heart Valley's dispute, all that awaits you is a cruel death." Brilliant flame sect, Ice Heart Valley. Xianxia raised his brow. Although he had not heard of these two great forces, just from their names it was clear they were incompatible. Naturally, he didn't put Kong Wendong's threat in his eyes though. With his current strength, if someone wanted to kill him, they'd need to be at least an Origin King. No Origin Realm cultivator had such ability. The young woman smiled even wider as she brushed her hair back and said carelessly, Kong Wendong, it seems you've only grown more cowardly with age. Are you only able to bark threats to others now? Little brother, you don't need to be afraid of him, although his brilliant flame sect isn't weak. My Ice Heart Valley is not easy to bully either. If you can help this mistress here, this mistress can give you some benefits. What do you say? Listening to her say this, Kong Wendong frowned while Yang Kai showed an interested look. Putting on a look that screamed, men die for wealth as birds die for food. He grinned and asked, what kind of benefits? The young woman smiled brilliantly as she lightly replied, some pills and St. Crystals? Yang Kai couldn't help laughing as he slowly shook his head. While pills and St. Crystals may have a lot of appeal to other first-order origin returning realm cultivators, they meant nothing to Yang Kai. What benefit do you want then? The young woman seemed a little displeased that Yang Kai actually wanted to bargain with her at this time. Before Yang Kai could answer though, Kong Wendong cut in. How could he sit back and watch Yang Kai be drawn over to the young women's side? With an aggressive look on his face, he loudly shouted, boy! This Kong gave you an opportunity. Since you insist on courting death, you can only blame yourself. If this Kong wants to kill a trivial first-order origin realm brat, who here can block me? Saying so, Kong Wendong pushed his Saint Chi and released a burning aura from his body, causing the surrounding temperature to soar. He looked like he was about to unleash a killing blow, but he was actually just putting up a front, hoping to make Yang Kai retreat. Since he had offended this Yang Kai the moment he appeared, Kong Wendong naturally didn't want him to remain, but before understanding Yang Kai's details and background, he didn't really dare start a fight. His plan was quite good, and his reasoning was sound, but the young woman opposing him was also no fool. How could she let Yang Kai just leave now? Without waiting for Kong Wendong to even finish what he was saying, she shouted, if you think you have the skill, just try it. A chill radiating from her tender body as she glared towards Kong Wendong without fear. Yang Kai frowned as he shot a gloomy look towards this beautiful woman. Just listening to this young woman's words, she didn't seem to be saying anything wrong, even showing some intentions to shelter him. But if Yang Kai wasn't wrong, it seemed she didn't have such pure intentions. On the contrary, this woman seemed eager for Kong Wendong to attack him. If this burly bald-headed man really attacked him, Yang Kai would inevitably be pushed towards the three women's side. At that time, whether he wanted to or not, in order to survive, he would have to join forces with them. This woman wasn't clear as ice or pure as jade as she seemed. Instead, she was quite manipulative. This greatly reduced Yang Kai's impression of her. The key now was whether or not Kong Wendong would act on her provocations. With things reaching this point, Yang Kai could only look towards the burly bald-headed man again and sigh to himself. Since this man declared himself to be from Brilliant Flame Sect, obviously he must cultivate a fire attribute secret art. Most cultivators that cultivated this attribute of secret art had short tempers, irritable personalities, and aggressive impulses. This had nothing to do with their personalities but rather was connected to the innate qualities of their secret arts. The young woman's few words truly provoked Kong Wendong sure, and with him already being prone to violence, how could he hesitate? What's more, he really didn't put a trivial first-order origin returning realm boy in his eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried to expel Yang Kai with no trace of politeness when he just arrived. Grinning, Kong Wendong snorted, boy, don't blame father here. When you arrive in the netherworld, blame this cheap slut for forcing my hand. Saying so, he stretched out his hand and made a grasping motion towards Yang Kai. Fire attribute energy in the surroundings immediately began gathering together above Yang Kai's head, condensing into a blazing palm in the next instant, then slammed down towards Yang Kai without a hint of mercy. Seeing this scene, the women on the other side all narrowed their eyes as they showed dignified looks on their faces. Although they had fought with Brilliant Flame Sex cultivators for many years, this was the first time they had witnessed such an imposing attack. Kong Wendong had clearly achieved a high degree of mastery of his fire attribute strength. While slightly fearful, witnessing this attack, the leading young woman was not about to let this rare opportunity pass. Just as Kong Wendong attacked Yang Kai, and almost everyone's attention had been attracted, this young woman suddenly formed a seal with her hands while condensing an ice-cold strength from her body to form a pure white spear. With a soft shout, this ice spear shot out at tremendous speed towards the brilliant flame sect's weakest cultivator. The cultivation realm of this cultivator was the same as Yang Kai's first-order origin returning realm, the weakest existence among these 7 people. Better to cripple a weak enemy than merely weaken a strong one. This young woman appeared gentle but was actually ruthless and merciless. The pitiful scream rang out as the cultivator targeted by the young woman coughed up blood. Although they had instinctually dodged at the last moment, avoiding instant death, they still had an ice spear penetrate straight through their lower abdomen, suffering a critical blow. This wasn't surprising though, as he was sneak attacked by a cultivator 2 minor realms above him. It was lucky for him to even be alive at this moment. Even so, most of his combat strength had been lost, so if a fight broke out, the role he could play would not be big. With her attacking going well, the young woman's beautiful face showed a satisfied smile. After a moment of shock, Kong Wendong's face suddenly distorted with rage as he cursed, "Cheap slut. This was your plan all along." He had underestimated the viciousness of this young woman. He thought that after he attacked, this young woman would show goodwill by rescuing Yang Kai, thus drawing him over to her side and turning the situation into a 4 versus 4. But instead, this woman had not paid any attention to whether Yang Kai lived or died, not even attempting to rescue him, and instead taking advantage of the situation to cause heavy losses to one of Kong Wendong's allies, exchanging the life of an unknown, unrelated boy for the fighting strength of an enemy. Ice Heart Valley had made a huge profit on this sale. Kong Wendong's face became extremely ugly, as if he had just been forced to eat a fly. The young woman, on the other hand, smiled radiantly as she said leisurely, "Kong Wendong, if you know your limits, hurry up and leave, otherwise don't blame this queen for acting ruthlessly." "Bitch!" Kong Wendong cursed. "You think you cannot place father here in your eyes? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Humph. Take a look at what this is." The young woman didn't pay any mind to the other party's insults, instead waving her hand and summoning an exquisite-looking drum into her palm, one that gave off astonishing energy fluctuations. Profound and heart-shattering drum. The burly bald-headed man's eyes shrank when he saw this and was nearly stunned silent. Seemingly recognizing this artifact and finding it impossible to believe it was in this young woman's hands, he cried out in disbelief, "How could you have this thing?" The young woman simply giggled lightly. "Since we planned to enter the Emperor Garden, we would naturally bring some good artifacts to protect ourselves." "What? Don't you have an Origin King-grade artifact?" These few words almost caused Kong Wendong to choke. He and this young woman had similar cultivations, and their status in their respective sects was almost the same, but now she had an Origin King-grade artifact while he did not. Comparing himself to her, Kong Wendong suddenly felt somewhat poor and unvalued. How he felt, though, wasn't of any consequence. The key was the power of this artifact. Since it was an Origin King-grade artifact, it certainly possessed great lethality, and understanding the peculiarities of this profound and heart-shattering drum, Kong Wendong couldn't help showing a look of fear on his face. But soon, he let out a snide laugh, as if he had just figured out something, and taunted, "Slut. Don't try to pretend in front of father. If you could use the full power of this profound and heart-shattering drum, why didn't you just take it out from the start? You haven't fully refined that thing, have you?" This time, it was the young woman's face that turned gloomy. It was indeed as Kong Wendong said, this Origin King-grade artifact had been specially given to her by her sex elders for this trip to the Emperor Garden. After this expedition was over, she would need to return it. Having only received it a short time ago, naturally, she had yet to fully refine it, so at most she could exert half of this artifact's power. If this wasn't the case, she wouldn't have wasted so much time with Kong Wendong and instead used it directly to repel him. Seeing the young woman's face changed slightly, Kong Wendong immediately knew he was right and laughed even harder. "Taking out an artifact you haven't refined to scare this Kong? Bitch, You think this Kong Mao is so easily fooled. So what? An Origin King grade artifact is still an Origin King grade artifact. If you want to try its might, I'd be happy to accommodate you. If you don't have the courage, then hurry up and scram, the young woman coldly declared. Kong Wendong frowned and fell silent for a moment, not knowing what decision to make. On the one hand, he very much wanted whatever treasures were hidden inside this secluded home. But on the other hand, he was wary of the profound and heart-shattering drum. He really didn't want to test its power, so his expression became hesitant. Hey, are you guys going to fight or not? If you aren't, I have other things to do. An exasperated voice suddenly called out from nearby, instantly drawing everyone's attention, causing them to stare dumbfounded towards a certain spot. At the spot where all of them were staring was a whirl of flame, the very one that Kong Wendong had condensed from the surrounding fire attribute energy a moment ago. But before everyone's eyes, the roaring flames were quickly dispersed, revealing a figure hiding within them. How is that possible? Kong Wendong almost bit his tongue, unable to believe his eyes. There, the First Order Origin returning realm boy who he attacked was standing calmly. Not only had this brat not died, he actually seemed completely unscathed. How could that be? Kong Wendong was well aware of the power of his attack just now. Forget about a First Order Origin returning realm cultivator. Even if it was a Third Order Origin realm master, they shouldn't have been able to simply shrug off this blow. As for this First Order boy, he should have been instantly burnt to ash. The other party hadn't summoned any kind of defensive artifact at all, nor did he seem to use his Saint Chi to shield himself. So how was he able to remain unhurt? Kong Wendong almost thought he was dreaming. Not only was he shocked, but the three young women from Ice Heart Valley were thoroughly stunned as well, their eyes filled with surprise. Yang Kai, on the other hand, wore a helpless expression. Originally, after being attacked by Kong Wendong, he had concealed his aura and was planning on sitting atop the mountain while watching the tigers fight. But now it seemed that this idea was somewhat unrealistic. The strength of these two parties was now essentially equal, so their stalemate was likely to drag on for quite some time unless something happened to tip the balance again. With no other options, Yang Kai could only reveal himself. Now, however, not only was Kong Wendong's expression quite ugly, the lead young woman's expression was also somewhat bitter. When Yang Kai had been attacked just now, instead of trying to help him, she had used him as bait to launch a sneak attack on her enemy. While the words she spoke were righteous, when Yang Kai actually faced danger, she had stood by and done nothing, so she was naturally feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, compared to Kong Wendong, the young woman still occupied some advantage. After all, she had only used Yang Kai rather than directly attacking him, so after quickly adjusting her expression, she called out sweetly, "Sure enough, little brother is truly fierce. This mistress knew you would be fine." She spoke as if she had predicted this outcome. Yang Kai simply chuckled before striding forward and saying, "Enough idle chatter. Sister, is the offer you made just now still valid?" The young woman was stunned for a moment before immediately becoming overjoyed, quickly nodding, "Naturally. Good." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. "In that case, after this matter is settled, I want half of whatever is inside this secluded home. If sister agrees, I will immediately help you. If you don't agree, I'll be on my way." "Half?" The young woman gawked at Yang Kai, a displeased look soon filling her face as she snorted, "Little brother, don't you think this proposal is a little unfair?" "How is it unfair?" Yang Kai looked at her with a grin. "You are all alone and only have a First Order Origin returning realm cultivation, but my Ice Heart Valley has 3 people. Even if we split everything evenly between us, you should receive a quarter of the benefits inside this place. As for taking half, aren't you simply asking for the lion's share?" "I don't think so." Yang Kai shook his head earnestly. "If I don't intervene here, you won't get anything, which means that in order to obtain anything you need to secure my cooperation. So our 2 sides each taking half the benefits here is truly a fair proposal." "Nonsense." The young woman shook her head vigorously and said firmly, "I can't agree to this proposal. I can at most give you a 1/5 of what's inside. If you can't agree, then forget the whole matter." "Is that so?" Yang Kai grinned even wider as he looked her over with interest. Even if they have their own reinforcements on the way, you won't agree? What did you say? The young woman's complexion changed. Why don't you take a look for yourself? Yang Kai replied casually. The young woman was no fool and swiftly turned her head to look at the 4 brilliant flame sect cultivators opposing her, her eyes narrowing coldly a moment later. The reason was simple. The First Order Origin returning realm cultivator she had wounded heavily was now secretly pouring his divine sense into a communication artifact, seemingly trying to call for help, but whether he had succeeded yet was impossible to tell. Seeing this scene, the lead young woman immediately knew that this matter could no longer be delayed, grit her teeth and nodded. Good, half it is. As long as we can obtain the treasures inside this mountain valley, this mistress will definitely not go back on her word. I certainly hope you mean what you say. Yang Kai gave her a meaningful stare, causing the young woman's heart to clench up, for some reason feeling a little uneasy. But soon she swept such thoughts aside. Right now, what was most important was to drag this little brat into this muddy water. As for how to distribute the benefits inside this mountain valley, that wasn't for him to decide. As long as she gave him 1/10 or so, it should be fine. As for giving him half, it was just pure nonsense. Even if she didn't plan on completely burning bridges after crossing them, if this little brat didn't know his limits, it wouldn't be too late to put him in his place when the time came. You may rest assured. Thinking so, the young woman smiled lightly. While Yang Kai was negotiating with the young woman, Kong Wendong didn't try to interrupt. He knew that he had formed an irresolvable grudge with Yang Kai, so no matter what he said now, it wouldn't matter. After Yang Kai and the young woman finished though, he grinned fiercely and asked, "Boy, you must think highly of yourself, don't you? Whether that's the case or not, you'll soon understand." Yang Kai grinned but didn't go to find trouble with Kong Wendong. After all, of the 4 brilliant flame sect cultivators, this burly, bald-headed man was the strongest and would certainly be a bit troublesome to deal with. Instead, Yang Kai targeted an elderly man at the Second Order Origin returning realm who was wearing black robes and had his beard tied up in 3 braids, giving him an almost sage-like appearance despite his skin looking quite soft and supple. A golden blood thread flew out towards the old man in yellow robes, showering him in a storm of swift, cutting attacks. Seeing Yang Kai take action so decisively, without any intention of holding back or delaying, even choosing an opponent a minor realm above himself, the 3 women from Ice Heart Valley all reacted joyfully. The leading young woman also let out a shout and met Kong Wendong head-on, while the remaining 2 women each engaged their own opponent. From Ice Heart Valley's side, besides the lead young woman who was a Third Order Origin returning realm master, one was at the Second Order while the last was at the First Order. The remaining brilliant flame sect cultivators had identical cultivations. However, brilliant flame sect's First Order Origin realm cultivator had taken a serious blow from Ice Heart Valley's leader, so the First Order Origin realm woman from Ice Heart Valley would obviously not need to spend much time dispatching him. Once she won that battle, she would be able to assist the others. One by one, a rolling snowball effect would be created, and brilliant flame sect's group would eventually suffer defeat. The lead young woman instantly predicted how the battle would proceed and secretly celebrated, but couldn't help glancing over at Yang Kai with some concern. After all, her predictions were all based on Yang Kai's ability to entangle the yellow-robed old man. If Yang Kai was quickly killed by this yellow-robed old man from Brilliant Flame Sect, her predictions would not be true. The young women could only hope Yang Kai would be able to hold out. She believed that Yang Kai would be caught in a one-sided battle, constantly on the defensive, barely able to support himself. After all, his opponent was a minor realm above him in cultivation. But when she glanced over, the young woman was shocked. The battle was indeed one-sided, but not the way she had imagined. It was actually the Second Order Origin realm old man in yellow robes who was beset with difficulties and was barely managing to support himself. The old man's figure was constantly being attacked by threads of golden light that seemed capable of slicing through space itself. Every time these golden lights flickered, the old man would have to put all his strength into defending himself, simply not having enough spare capacity to counterattack. The young woman leader from Ice Heart Valley almost felt her eyes pop out of their sockets. In that moment of distraction, She was nearly injured by Kong Wendong though, and in a panic, she quickly calmed her mind and focused on her own fight, no longer paying any attention to Yang Kai. At the same time, on Yang Kai's side, the old man in yellow robes had gone pale, never having expected that this first-order origin returning realm young man to be so difficult to deal with. The golden threads attacking him had unparalleled sharpness. He couldn't tell what kind of secret technique these golden threads were, but every time they slashed towards him they easily managed to slice apart the Saint Chi he condensed to protect himself. The yellow-robed old man was quickly forced to summon his artifact armor, but even after doing so, he was having difficulties simply protecting himself. This wasn't the worst part of it for the old man though. What was the most unbearable for him was that he had no way to suppress his opponent with his Shur. When Origin Realm Masters fought, the strength of their respective Shur could sometimes become the decisive factor. Once one managed to overwhelm their opponent's Shur with their own, they could thoroughly suppress their enemy, making them far easier to deal with. The yellow-robed old man hadn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at the start of their battle, thinking he could use his superior Shur to suppress this young man. But the moment he released his Shur, it was actually cut apart by the strange golden threads, unable to even form a cohesive field, much less cover Yang Kai. These golden threads are actually able to cut apart Shur. The old man was thoroughly shocked by this and didn't dare underestimate Yang Kai again. Letting out a fierce roar, he waved his hands and condensed a washbasin-sized fireball before fiercely pushing it out towards Yang Kai. Halfway to its target, the giant fireball exploded, separating into countless smaller fireballs that blotted out the sky and surged forward with imposing force. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly before flicking his wrist and sending out a stream of demonic flame fireballs to meet his opponents. "You want to play with fire?" The old man in yellow robes saw this and couldn't help wearing a smile of ridicule. He was an expert in controlling flames. After all, he was a master from brilliant flame sect and had spent his entire life cultivating fire attributes, secret arts, and secret techniques. As such, even if this young man had a strange technique which allowed him to eliminate Shur, the old man was confident that in a competition of fire attribute secret techniques, he would come out on top. Thinking so, he prepared himself to watch a good show. But in the next moment, his smiling face stiffened before it was quickly replaced with an expression of shock. The black fireballs the young man released actually began giving off a frigid aura, one even stronger than the ice attribute secret techniques Ice Heart Valley cultivators used. Still, they seemed ordinary when they were first shot out, but soon after these cold fireballs twisted and morphed into tiny flying birds that, while seemingly scattered and disorderly, flew out with extreme precision towards his own fireballs. Yuan Control Mastery. The old man in yellow robe's eyes shrank as his face filled with shock. Although Yuan Control Mastery was technically achievable by those at the Origin Returning Realm, not everyone was capable of using it. The yellow-robed old man had also spent time cultivating Yuan Control Mastery and even had some small accomplishments in it, but he was unable to use the kind of precise Saint Chi control that Yang Kai clearly could. Being able to have such profound Yuan Control Mastery was not achievable simply through comprehension and practice. It also required incredibly powerful spiritual energy. This boy was obviously just a first-order Origin Realm cultivator, so how did he possess this kind of ability? The old man couldn't help silently calling out in alarm as he realized he was at a disadvantage. Although they were both using flames, his opponent's attack was obviously much sharper and stronger thanks to his superb Yuan Control Mastery. Sure enough, when the blackbirds met his fireballs, the red-hot flames were immediately frozen and annihilated while the little birds received only minor damage. They then gathered together to condense a giant black firebird and proceeded to strike out towards him. "Have a taste of my flames." Yang Kai grinned and transformed his ice-cold demonic flames into a scorching inferno with a single thought. Yang Kai's demonic flames could be hot or cold, and he only needed to will it so in order to change their nature, making these black flames incredibly difficult to counter. The old man in yellow robes failed to notice this mutation right away and suffered a big loss as a result. The change from cold to hot was too fast, catching him off guard and unprepared, only able to hurriedly summon a shield-like defensive artifact, which transformed into a light curtain around his body just before he was enveloped by Yang Kai's demonic flame. Thinking his strike had gone well, Xianxia was about to step forward and deal the finishing blow when his brow suddenly furrowed and he immediately leapt backwards. Honk! With a loud bang, the light curtain guarding the yellow-robed old man suddenly exploded. Using the force of his artifact exploding, the old man was able to escape the demonic flames while simultaneously retreating several dozen meters to relative safety. From the looks of it, the yellow-robed old man didn't suffer much damage and only looked slightly disheveled. For the cost of a defensive artifact, this old man had managed to escape from the demonic flames, illustrating how decisive he was. Xianxia was secretly surprised and had to admit that he had somewhat underestimated his opponent. Anyone who could reach the second-order origin returning realm clearly had a wealth of combat experience. Boy! This old master must skin you alive to dispel his hatred. After the yellow-robed old man narrowly escaped disaster, not only did he not give in, but he ground his teeth and glared towards Xianxia threateningly instead. As soon as his words fell, this old man drew in a sharp breath, his expression becoming strained, as if he was about to execute some kind of powerful secret technique. Naturally, Xianxia was not going to sit back and wait for this old man to act. Although he didn't know what kind of card his opponent was going to play, the tide of battle could shift in the blink of an eye. Perhaps this yellow-robed old man really had some kind of killing blow that could reverse his current disadvantage. Considering this, Xianxia flicked his wrist again and sent his golden blood thread piercing forward like a spear towards the old man's head. The golden blood thread's sharpness was unrivaled, and after being warmed and nourished by Xianxia for such a long time, its power was truly immense. Furthermore, Xianxia could control this golden blood thread as if it was an extension of his body. After the yellow-robed old man self-destructed his defensive artifact, it was clear that he only had the artifact armor he was wearing to protect himself. So Xianxia could use his golden blood thread to pierce him where his guard was weakest. Xianxia had full confidence to kill or severely injure his opponent with this blow. What shocked Xianxia, though, was that, facing his golden blood thread, the old man did not show any intention to dodge, simply standing in place and spitting out a fiery red wave of energy from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, a crimson-red mass appeared in front of the old man, radiating a power so imposing that even Xianxia could not help feeling shocked. This red mass was clearly still composed of fire attribute energy, but its energy fluctuations were on a completely different level compared to the flames the old man had released previously and obviously contained profound mystery. Just after this fiery red mass took shape, the golden blood thread pierced into it. The moment it did, however, Xianxia's complexion changed slightly, and he immediately withdrew his golden blood thread. With a frown, Xianxia saw that the leading section of his golden blood thread showed signs of melting. If Xianxia had not swiftly pulled his golden blood thread back, the forward section of it would surely have evaporated, causing a certain amount of backlash against him. Xianxia could not help narrowing his eyes slightly, not having anticipated that his opponent's secret technique would be so powerful. On the other hand, the old man's original ruddy face had gone slightly pale, most likely because of the heavy burden using this secret technique had on him. Even so, he laughed wildly. "Boy, have a taste of this old master's heaven-scorching thunder fire's might." Saying so, the old man pushed his hands forward and madly poured his Saint Chi into the fiery red haze. With this infusion of Saint Chi, the fiery red haze swelled up suddenly and began releasing a heat that caused the space around it to distort. In the next instant, this heat mass transformed into a kind of ferocious-looking monster that rippled with intense flames. As soon as this monster took shape, it pounced towards Xianxia, seemingly melting the air around it as it moved forward, the sand and gravel down below turning into molten glass, making for a shocking scene. This monster wasn't just composed of extremely high-temperature flames, though, as there were obvious streaks of jet-black lightning swimming about its form, crackling violently, adding to its ominous prestige. However, Xianxia was not the least bit afraid facing this strange creature, only wearing a somewhat puzzled look on his face, seemingly lost in thought. But soon he regained his calm, and with a quick thought, a sharp bird cry rang out and a strange-looking firebird leapt from his body, spreading its several dozen meter-wide wings as it released a dazzling light into the surrounding space. Firebird Artifact Spirit. After being released by Yang Kai, the artifact spirit's eyes flashed with excitement as it stared at the monster rushing towards Yang Kai. It was like it saw a delicious feast. The moment the artifact spirit appeared, the strange Thunder Fire's monster's imposing manner stagnated for a moment, and its eyes even flashed a look of dread, seemingly terrified of the Firebird before it. At the same time, the speed at which it was charging dramatically decreased. The self-satisfied look on the yellow-robed old man's face instantly cramped up, as if someone had just slapped him across the face, causing his jaw to drop as he stared at the Firebird artifact spirit Firebird in amazement. He had never imagined that Yang Kai could use a method similar to his. However, worrying now was useless. He did not believe that this boy's methods could compare to the heaven-scorching thunder fire he had cultivated for most of his life and had absolute confidence in. In his moment of absent-mindedness, the Firebird artifact spirit and strange thunder fire monster collided, and a bizarre scene of two different flames battling each other suddenly emerged. Monstrous howls and sharp bird cries constantly rang out as the two fought one another for dominance. The yellow-robed old man secretly began to sweat while he watched. Although he felt that his means were superior, saying he was not concerned at all would be a lie. On the other hand, Yang Kai was extremely indifferent. His Firebird artifact spirit had even absorbed many wisps of Sun's true fire, and although he did not know what this heaven-scorching thunder fire was, Yang Kai was certain it wasn't on the same level as the Sun's true essence. His Firebird artifact spirit should not have any difficulty dealing with it. Taking advantage of this brief pause in hostilities, Yang Kai quickly probed the situation on the other battlefields. Kong Wendong and the lead young woman's battle need not be mentioned. With the two of them both having the same cultivation, without using the Origin King grade profound in heart-shattering drum artifact, neither could gain the upper hand on the other. The same was true for the battle between the two second-order Origin returning realm cultivators nearby. The battle between the two first-order Origin realm cultivators, on the contrary, was completely lopsided, with the woman from Iceheart Valley holding a distinct advantage. This was not a surprise, though, as her opponent had suffered a heavy blow from Iceheart Valley's leader before the battle began, and was thus unable to display much of his strength at the moment. He could only clench his teeth and struggle desperately. Even so, it was obvious this man was not far from being defeated. As long as Iceheart Valley's side won a single battle, the momentum would shift dramatically in their favor, and obtaining victory would only be a matter of time. It only took Yang Kai a moment to use his divine sense to determine the situation around himself, but immediately after he learned what he wanted to, a mournful beast roar suddenly rang out from in front of him. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked over just in time to see his Firebird artifact spirit Firebird completely suppress the strange thunder fire monster beast, wrapping itself around it completely. Although the two creatures were both composed purely of flame, they both had their own unique advantages and disadvantages. Yang Kai's artifact spirit had long ago obtained sentience and had been nourished by the Earth's lung fire pond for over 10,000 years. Even in its original form, the Firebird was not a creature ordinary flames could compete with, and after swallowing several wisps of Sun's true fire, it had only become stronger. The monster transformed from the yellow-robed old man's heaven-scorching thunder fire was simply incomparable to it. As such, moments after the fight began, the strange thunder fire monster fell into a disadvantage and, judging from the Firebird artifact spirit's current behavior, it seemed it wanted to swallow this thunder fire beast entirely. Realizing this, the yellow-robed old man immediately became angry and anxious. He had spent a huge amount of his strength to use his trump card, but now it was obviously unable to play any role, so how could he not feel like coughing up blood? Continuously pushing his divine sense, the old man attempted to recall his heaven-scorching thunder fire monster from the Firebird artifact spirit suppression, but his efforts were to no avail. "Old dog, look here." Yang Kai suddenly grinned towards the old man and called out to him. The yellow-robed old man could not help turning his head to look towards Yang Kai, wary that this boy would try to use this opportunity to attack him if he didn't. But the moment his eyes met Yang Kai's, he was no longer able to look away. In Yang Kai's left eye, a strange lotus bud strangely appeared before swiftly taking root in the old man's knowledge sea, its beautiful petals slowly beginning to blossom in the next instant. What horrified the yellow-robed old man, though, was that as this lotus blossomed, his spiritual energy began gathering towards it, as if it was being absorbed by it regardless of how he tried to stop it. It was almost like this lotus was using his spiritual energy as nourishment to make itself bloom. In the blink of an eye, almost a tenth of his spiritual energy had been drained, and the rate of consumption was only increasing. At this rate, the old man estimated it would be less than 10 breaths of time before his entire knowledge sea was dried up. Once this happened, his soul would suffer a devastating blow, one that would be extremely difficult to recover from. The yellow-robed old man was thoroughly terrified and could not spare any of his attention to urge his heaven-scorching thunder fire, quickly pushing all of his spiritual energy towards the strange blooming lotus to submerge it. A silent explosion occurred in the old man's knowledge sea, instantly filling it with great waves and storms. Pooh! The old man immediately coughed up a large blood mist, as if he suffered a serious injury. Although he had used his divine sense to forcibly dispel Xianxia's blossoming lotus secret technique, he had still suffered a severe blow as a result. As the saying goes, however, good fortune never came in pairs, while misfortunes never occurred alone. Just as the old man escaped this crisis, without his conscious control, his heaven-scorching thunderfire was swallowed by the Firebird artifact spirit. The Firebird once again revealed its original form, but the strange thunder-fire monster transformed from the old man's heaven-scorching thunderfire was nowhere to be seen. However, if one looked carefully, they could spot a few streaks of black lightning swimming about the artifact spirit's belly. There was no doubt it was the heaven-scorching thunderfire. Pooh! Another blood mist spurted from the yellow-robed old man's mouth. His heaven-scorching thunderfire was connected to his soul, but now that the Firebird had swallowed it and forcibly cut this connection, it was inevitable for the old man to suffer backlash. These successive blows had caused the yellow-robed old man's momentum and aura to drastically weaken, and his face was as pale as paper. Nothing remained of this second-order origin returning realm's former arrogance, and now he simply looked like a frail old man who was in danger of being toppled by a strong breeze. One wrong move had led to his complete loss. This yellow-robed old man had never anticipated that a trivial first-order origin returning realm boy could force him to this extent. Before the old man could even stabilize his turbulent Saint Chi, though, a streak of golden flashed towards him. Xianxia's golden blood thread. Taking advantage of an opponent's moment of weakness to finish them was something Xianxia had long ago learnt through his many years of wandering and innumerable battles. The yellow-robed old man was already an arrow at the end of its flight, so despite knowing the approaching golden blood thread was a life-threatening attack, he was simply unable to avoid or resist it. He was only able to hurriedly push his Saint Chi to protect himself and pray it would be enough for him to survive. With a slicing noise, however, the old man's Saint Chi protection was pierced through like paper, and his head was swiftly penetrated by the sharp golden blood thread. The yellow-robed old man's lips squirmed as he stared towards Xianxia in disbelief, seemingly wanting to say something but unable to form any words. Soon after, his vitality drained from his eyes. When Xianxia withdrew his golden blood thread, the old man's body crumpled to the ground. Since Xianxia first rushed his opponent, only half a cup of tea's worth of time had passed, yet the result had already been decided, with the yellow-robed old man, who supposedly had higher strength, being the one who fell. The briefness of this battle and the unexpected end result thoroughly shocked everyone present. In truth, Xianxia was also quite surprised. Although Xianxia didn't fear a mere second-order origin realm cultivator, and was even confident he could kill one with his current means, from the beginning of this fight until its conclusion, he had not even exerted all his strength, mainly using his golden blood thread and Firebird artifact spirit and momentarily activating his blossoming lotus secret technique once. It was not that he was trying to conserve or conceal his strength, it was simply that he didn't need to show any more of his methods. The Firebird artifact spirit was a significant factor in why the yellow-robed old man fell so quickly, however. If it hadn't devoured the old man's heaven-scorching thunder fire, causing him heavy losses, it would have been impossible for Xianxia to have won so easily. Although the others present were all engaged in their own battles, everyone was still paying attention to the changes in their surroundings, so the death of the old man naturally was not missed by them. Seeing Yang Kai kill the yellow-robed old man so easily, the burly bald man, Kong Wendong, could not help becoming furious while also showing an extremely ugly expression. Even the beautiful young female leader from Ice Heart Valley had a look of dread flash across her face. She had thought that Yang Kai was not strong, so although she had deliberately tried to win him over, she had not counted on him providing much help, nor had she taken the conditions he previously proposed seriously. But how could she have known that this young man was not only ruthless but also extremely powerful? However, considering everything, the young woman was far happier than depressed. After all, with a cultivator from Brilliant Flame Sect dead, she was now certain her group would win this battle. Thinking so, she immediately yelled to Yang Kai, "Little brother, please hurry to assist this mistress sisters." "Sure." Yang Kai nodded casually before turning his eyes to the First Order Origin returning realm cultivator who had been hit by the woman's sneak attack earlier. This man was seriously injured and was being thoroughly suppressed by his opponent from Ice Heart Valley. He was already unable to fight back and was barely able to defend himself. So after seeing the yellow-robed old man die and noticing Yang Kai eyeing him menacingly, how could this man not begin to panic? With his state of mind thrown into chaos, his strength fell once more, and faced with the fierce assault of his Ice Heart Valley opponent, he actually allowed himself to suffer a hit in order to withdraw from the battle and attempt to escape. The woman from Ice Heart Valley definitely would not allow her opponent's plan to succeed and took this opportunity to land a heavy blow with her artifact, opening a giant gash on the fleeing man's back and causing him to cough up blood and crash to the ground. This young woman had a beautiful countenance and seemed gentle and temperate, but she understood the concept of beating a snake to death to avoid future calamity and immediately stepped forward to deliver a final blow, ending her opponent's life. After winning this battle, she and Yang Kai exchanged a glance before both of them flew towards another battlefield. These two chose was the one where the two second-order origin returning realm cultivators were fighting. Originally, this battle had been an even fight, but with Yang Kai and the other first-order Ice Heart Valley woman joining in, the situation immediately changed. With the situation becoming a 3-on-1, the female cultivator from Brilliant Flame Sect had no chance of running away, persisting only 30 breaths of time before she was killed by the two women from Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai only played a containment role, but his contribution was no less significant. The state of this battle had changed far faster than anyone expected, and Ice Heart Valley gained the absolute upper hand with Yang Kai serving as a linchpin. Currently, only Kong Wendong left of the original group of 4 from Brilliant Flame Sect. Seeing that the situation had become hopeless, hatred flashed across the depths of Kong Wendong's eyes as he shouted out fiercely, "Cheap slut! Father will make you pay for this one day." Saying so, he made a feint and escaped from the range of the young woman he was fighting, condensed a mighty flame around his body, and shot off towards the distance at incredible speed. It was impossible to tell what kind of escaping secret technique had been used. In a moment of distraction, the young woman actually allowed Kong Wendong to flee several kilometers before her beautiful face darkened. The last thing she wanted was to allow Kong Wendong to escape and call for help. The situation might turn against her again, so she quickly shouted, "Stop him!" Hearing her cry, the other two Ice Heart Valley women naturally flew off, but Yang Kai simply frowned and stood in place without moving. Whether Kong Wendong lived or died was none of his concern. Yang Kai didn't know what Star Brilliant Flame Sect was based on, so even if he allowed Kong Wendong to flee, no harm would come to him. What Yang Kai cared about now was the benefits inside this hidden, secluded home. As long as he could break through the barrier protecting this place and obtain the treasures inside, he could just calmly depart. He had no interest in inserting himself in the grudge between Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley. Seeing Yang Kai not moving, clearly showing no intention to help, the young woman leader from Ice Heart Sect could not help becoming somewhat flurried. But she quickly thought of something and said, "Kong Wendong also has a heaven-scorching thunder fire on him. Killing him will allow your spirit fire to obtain more benefits." Her mind really was quite sharp, as it only took her one sentence to arouse Yang Kai's interest. "Really?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. After all, that heaven-scorching thunder fire had looked quite powerful, so his first thought was that the yellow-robed old man had obtained it through some kind of rare opportunity. Therefore, He found it difficult to believe that Kong Wendong had won as well. How could this mistress deceive you? I can explain the specific reasons for this later. But believe me when I say Kong Wendong definitely has a heaven-scorching thunder fire on him. Seeing Yang Kai's look of interest, the young woman immediately knew she had made the right bet and quickly offered her assurances. If that's the case, we really can't let him run away. Yang Kai's eyes flashed before his figure flickered, and he suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already a few kilometers away. The young female leader's eyes shrank when she saw this, and her sense of dread increased once more. Even with her cultivation, she was unable to see what kind of miraculous movement skill Yang Kai had used to achieve such speed. This wasn't surprising since the space force Yang Kai cultivated was something very few people could recognize, and even fewer could cultivate to any practical degree. Only if someone like Heaven Battling Union's great elder Mo Xiaosheng, who also cultivated Space Force, was here would they be able to see through the method Yang Kai had just used. By applying a small amount of his Space Force, Yang Kai was able to almost instantly cross over a few hundred meters in an instant. Although this method could not compare to tearing space in terms of distance traveled, it was by no means a trivial method as it required very fine control over Space Force. Furthermore, this method was far more subtle than tearing space as it did not create such an obvious disturbance in the surroundings. Kong Wendong's speed was indeed quite quick, but no matter how fast he was, he still couldn't compare to Yang Kai, who was literally leaping across space. In just a few dozen breaths, Yang Kai came to a stop in front of Kong Wendong, and with a wave of his hand sent out a flock of demonic flame birds towards him. "Out of my way, boy!" Kong Wendong didn't even try to hide his anger as he plunged headfirst into Yang Kai's attack while summoning a large sword artifact into his hand, pouring his Saint Chi into it, and slashing out. A massive 100-meter-long sword wave shot forward with astonishing momentum. The demonic flame birds were blown away in an instant. Facing such a blow, Yang Kai didn't dare act carelessly. After all, his opponent's strength wasn't by any means weak. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai summoned his purple shield and activated its sandstorm ability to protect himself. A loud noise rang out as the wind and sand were scattered about as the massive sword wave was dispersed, leaving behind a gap in the sandstorm the purple shield had created, nearly exposing Yang Kai's figure. An origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact? Kong Wendong's eyes shrank as he exclaimed. His vision was good, so he had no trouble identifying the grade of the purple shield. For the sins you've committed, the heavens will pass their own judgment. But today, Kong Wendong, this will be your burial place. From behind, a soft shout rang out from the lead Ice Heart Valley woman who had chased after Kong Wendong Heart. Although her speed was slower than that of Yang Kai's, with the latter having blocked Kong Wendong's way, it wasn't difficult for her to catch up. Seeing the current situation, the young female leader was overjoyed. She quickly summoned her Origin King grade, profound in heart-shattering drum artifact, and used her jade white hand to gently wrap it. An invisible wave spread out from the drum in the next instant, carrying with it a resonant sound. Although this sound was quite faint, when it reached one's ears, it caused their vitality to tumble, making it incredibly uncomfortable to listen to. This wasn't the end though, as the young woman's jade white hand continued to beat this drum slowly, her face becoming paler with each strike, seemingly having to pay a huge price each time she beat this drum. The drumbeat from the profound and heart-shattering drum grew louder and louder until it became absolutely deafening, as if it was being struck inside one's ears, completely impossible to guard against. Not only did this drum sound affect Kong Wendong though, but even Yang Kai was not spared. As the pounding drum beat entered his ears, Yang Kai's eyes were gradually turned bloodshot and his face crimson, all the blood in his body seemingly rushing to his head. Sensing this, Yang Kai shot a cold glare towards the approaching young woman. Even separated by a few thousand meters, this icy glare caused the young woman's tender body to shiver, and she involuntarily paused her assault. When she resumed beating her drum a moment later, the sound in Yang Kai's ear weakened dramatically, almost to the point where he could ignore it altogether. Conversely, the pressure Kong Wendong was feeling in front of Yang Kai greatly increased. The power of an Origin King grade artifact was not to be underestimated, and although the young woman had not fully refined the profound and heart-shattering drum, and could only exert half of its strength. Kong Wendong still found it extremely difficult to resist. Before he even realized it, blood began leaking from Kong Wendong's 7 orifices and his aura became disordered, seemingly suffering from unbearable pain. Even his well-built body began to tremble violently. With the young female leader's profound and heart-shattering drum suppressing Kong Wendong, Yang Kai was able to act without any scruples, sending out his golden blood thread, as well as a few space blades concealed inside his demonic flames. At the same time, the Firebird artifact spirit was also directed by Yang Kai to rush towards Kong Wendong. Kong Wendong perished without any suspense, although his cultivation wasn't any worse than the lead young woman from Iceheart Valley. In a 4-on-1, with the lead young woman able to calmly display the power of the profound and heart-shattering drum and Yang Kai attacking from nearby, there was no way Kong Wendong could escape no matter how strong he was. After struggling desperately for about an incense stick worth of time, Kong Wendong fell to his 4 attackers' coordinated assault. What the young female leader from Iceheart Valley said was true. Kong Wendong had a heaven-scorching thunder fire in his body, one that was exactly the same as the yellow-robed old man's, a dark crimson flame with black lightning arcs flickering about it. After Kong Wendong died, this heaven-scorching thunder fire was naturally swallowed by the Firebird artifact spirit. Once the battle ended, it was time to divide the spoils. The space rings of these 4 enemies couldn't be let off. Yang Kai acted with no trace of politeness, taking away Kong Wendong's space ring, while casually leaving the other 3 for the trio from Iceheart Valley to collect. Regarding this, although the lead young woman wore a somewhat displeased expression, she didn't say anything. After all, if not for Yang Kai's assistance, they would have gained nothing and might not even have been able to preserve their lives. At the very least, her weakest sister would definitely have been in a dangerous situation. The Firebird artifact spirit continued hovering above Yang Kai's head, calling out happily, seeming to be in a good mood after devouring 2 heaven-scorching thunder fires. When she looked at the Firebird artifact spirit, the lead young woman's beautiful eyes could not help flashing a look of dread. While she had been unable to observe much of Yang Kai's true abilities, just the fluctuations coming from this Firebird artifact spirit were incredibly worrisome. This artifact spirit can no doubt compete with a 3rd-order origin returning realm master, the young woman secretly judged. Little brother, this mistress offers her sincere thanks. If not for little brother taking action to uphold justice here, this mistress might not have been able to kill these brilliant flame sect villains. A bright smile appeared on the young woman's face as she thanked Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled lightly and replied modestly, "Sister is too serious. I only acted according to my own needs. What's more, they were the ones who attacked me first." Although this young woman had shrouded him with the profound and heart-shattering drum just now, Yang Kai wasn't planning on tearing face with her over it, whether it was intentional or not. However, it was necessary to put up a show of deterrence lest this woman decide to burn bridges after crossing them. The profound and heart-shattering drum she was carrying was very powerful and quite troublesome to deal with, so as long as it wasn't necessary, Yang Kai didn't want to stir up conflict with these 3 from Iceheart Valley. Now, he just wanted to finish up his business here and head to the main palace of the Emperor Garden. As such, Yang Kai made no attempt to take back his artifact spirit and instead used it to indirectly pressure this young woman so she wouldn't get any ideas. "Right, sister, would you mind explaining to me why both those brilliant flame sect cultivators were able to cultivate that heaven-scorching thunder fire secret technique?" Yang Kai asked curiously. So little brother was still wondering about this issue. The young woman smiled and didn't try to conceal anything, simply stating, "In fact, there are many cultivators in Brilliant Flame Sect who have cultivated this secret technique, not just the 2 of them. Most of their stronger masters and have cultivated the heaven-scorching thunder fire, but the strength of each individual's thunder fire varies dramatically." "Oh? How do they accomplish this?" Yang Kai was very interested. The heaven-scorching thunder fire was of great benefit to his artifact spirit, but unfortunately, of the 4 Brilliant Flame Sect masters here, only Kong Wendong and the yellow-robed old man seemed to have cultivated this secret technique. After listening to this young woman's words, Yang Kai naturally had to investigate further. "It's actually quite simple. They have a heavenly thunder fire in brilliant flame sect that also serves as the foundation of their sect. Relying on this heavenly thunder fire, coupled with a special secret technique, most of the high-level cultivators from Brilliant Flame sect can cultivate the heaven-scorching thunder fire, which has many profound uses in combat. The young woman explained lightly before asking casually, "Since little brother asked this, does it mean you are not from Scarlet Wave Star?" I'm indeed not from Scarlet Wave Star." Yang Kai didn't try to deny it, but also did not explain his origins, simply nodding and continuing. "So that's how it is, about that heavenly thunder fire. Although its name was only slightly different from the heaven-scorching thunder fire, it was, after all, the foundation of Brilliant Flame sect, as well as the foundation upon which Kong Wendong and the yellow-robed old man cultivated their own heaven-scorching thunder fire. If his artifact spirit could devour the original heavenly thunder fire, what kind of benefits would it obtain? Of course, this thought only briefly passed across Yang Kai's mind. After all, the Scarlet Wave Star was in this vast star field. It was impossible for Yang Kai to simply take a trip to it for no reason at all. What's more, there was no way for him alone to challenge all of Brilliant Flame sect, as he could infer from Kong Wendong's cultivation that this sect very likely had an origin king master commanding it. "Never mind, let's not talk about this now." Yang Kai grinned before changing the subject. "Sister, shouldn't we enter that secluded home now? There's bound to be many good things inside." "Hee, that's right." The young woman's brow twitched slightly. Although she was filled with reluctance, she could not simply renege on her previous agreement with Yang Kai now. When she first tried to win him over, she had not put Yang Kai's strength in her eyes and felt that she could arbitrarily decide the distribution of benefits once everything was over. But following this battle, she realized that her original thoughts were little more than wishful thinking. This boy was not some weakling she could casually bully, and he obviously had some vigilance towards her now. Otherwise, he would not have continued to have his strange firebird hover above them all this time. With things having reached this point, the young woman could only sigh lightly. Unwilling to deal with any more trouble, she simply turned around and flew back to the hidden mountain valley. The other two women followed closely. A moment later, the group of 4 arrived at the barrier concealing the mountain valley again. This barrier was still maintaining its previous appearance, flickering slightly while projecting a somewhat distorted image. These were clear traces of it having been attacked before, but it was still a fair distance from completely breaking. "Is little brother proficient in cracking spirit arrays by any chance?" The young female leader of Iceheart Valley turned to Yang Kai and asked. "No." Yang Kai shook his head decisively. If it were Yang Yen here instead of him, this barrier would likely take her less than 10 breaths to crack. But Yang Kai was not Yang Yen. The young woman failed to stifle her laughter hearing this before shaking her head and declaring, "Then there's no other way. This mistress and her sisters also have not studied spirit arrays, so we'll just have to break it by force." Saying so, she took the lead by summoning a long crystal sword into her hand that looked like it was refined from the purest of ice jade, pouring her Saint Chi into it, then slashing towards the barrier. The other 2 young women from Iceheart Valley quickly followed suit. Naturally, Yang Kai wasn't idle either. The only difference was he didn't use any kind of artifact, not because he didn't want to, but because the only offensive artifact he had on him was the Verdant Dragon Bone Sword, which was not something he could easily show others. As such, he could only use his demonic flame to attack the barrier. Even so, that didn't make his momentum any weaker, especially as his demonic flames fluctuated rapidly between hot and cold, causing severe damage to the barrier. Ultimately, Yang Kai's attack power wasn't any weaker than those of the 3 women. For a time, the group of 4 simply stood before the mountain valley, shelling its protective barrier together. Regardless of how strong this barrier was, it could not withstand such indiscriminate bombings, not to mention that this barrier had been left unattended for over 10,000 years. Even if it was originally incredibly solid, after so many years of neglect, its power had obviously waned. Even so, the group of 4 spent half a day attacking this barrier before it finally broke. During this period, the 3 women from Iceheart Valley were obviously on edge, seemingly afraid that another strong enemy would come to investigate. So after successfully breaking the barrier undisturbed, they couldn't help flashing happy looks. After exchanging a quick glance, The lead young woman dove in first. Yang Kai released his divine sense, found there wasn't any danger inside, and quickly followed. The interior was a gourd-shaped mountain valley with a narrow entrance that expanded the deeper one went. Passing through a several-kilometer-long mountain trail, the group of 4 arrived at the heart of the valley and were greeted by a stunning scene. Before their eyes was a vast medicine garden filled with exotic flowers and spirit herbs planted in neat rows. Even after countless years with no one tending to them, many of these spirit grasses were still alive and well. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 precious herbs in this place. The entire mountain valley was filled with a rich medicinal fragrance. It turned out this mountain valley was actually a hidden medicine garden. Yang Kai could not help showing a look of joy and excitement on his face, and the appearance of the 3 women from Ice Heart Valley was not any better, each of them breathing somewhat rapidly as their eyes flashed brilliantly. This could not be helped though, as this place had not seen any visitors in at least 10,000 years, which meant that even if the herbs here were of lower grade, their medicinal ages would be at least 10,000 years. With such high medicinal ages, even ordinary herbs would become priceless treasures, so it was only natural that all of them were so excited. This harvest alone had made their trip to the Emperor Garden worthwhile. However, the leading young woman didn't allow herself to become blinded by the riches in front of her. Quickly turning to Yang Kai first to ask, "Little brother, this? Let's collect everything first, then figure out how to distribute it afterwards." Yang Kai smiled carefreely. "Good." The young woman nodded lightly, shot a glance towards the other 2 women, then immediately got to work picking these herbs. Although collecting precious herbs like these required some special procedures, since any negligence could lead to a great reduction in their value, everyone here was an Origin Realm cultivator, so they naturally had enough experience with this kind of task. As such, Yang Kai didn't need to remind the 3 women about anything in particular. As for these 3 trying to secretly harbor these herbs, it probably wouldn't happen, as Yang Kai was constantly releasing his divine sense, unabashed. Even if these 3 women had such thoughts, they would likely be too embarrassed to try to act on them with Yang Kai so obviously watching them. While these 3 were collecting herbs, Yang Kai also got to work, meticulously collecting the various herbs from the medicine garden at a rate much faster than the trio from Ice Heart Valley. For an alchemist like Yang Kai, he couldn't be more familiar with this kind of work. The more Yang Kai collected though, the more excited he became, because in this hidden medicine garden, he not only saw many long-extinct spirit grasses and spirit medicines, he even found many herbs he could not recognize. Such herbs were undoubtedly extremely valuable. The grades of these herbs varied somewhat, from Saint King grade all the way to Origin King grade. However, likely because they couldn't withstand the passing of time, there was nothing lower than Saint King grade. Even so, the Saint King grade herbs here could still be used to produce excellent pills. Yang Kai was extremely happy. During his last retreat, his alchemy skill had reached the Origin grade high rank, but if he wanted to go a step further, he needed to practice a great deal with Origin King grade herbs. One day, if Yang Kai could successfully refine an Origin King grade pill, it would mean his alchemy skills had reached the peak of the star field. He already had a number of Origin King grade herbs on hand, all of which were essentially collected from the floating continent he had been stranded on after first entering the star field, but he had not touched them all these years because his alchemy skill had been insufficient. However, no one would dislike having more of such treasures. In particular, an Origin grade high-rank alchemist who wanted to become an Origin King grade alchemist would no doubt suffer great difficulties and consume a large number of herbs. Considering all this, Yang Kai began collecting the herbs in front of him with even greater zeal. Time passed by, and although there were several large medicine gardens in this mountain valley with several thousand spirit grasses and herbs planted here, the group of 4 was by no means slow with their collection. Half a day later, Yang Kai stood up and looked around, quickly discovering that almost all of the herbs had now been harvested. As for the few that were left, the 3 young women from Ice Heart Valley were busy collecting them. With a slight smile, Yang Kai showed no intention to interfere, instead standing back and calmly waiting. Now idle, Yang Kai began examining the mountain valley more carefully. This place was no doubt a secluded home left over from 10,000 years ago, and since that was the case, there should be some traces of someone living here. Just now, The four of them had all their attention attracted by the bountiful spirit herbs though, so they hadn't taken the time to investigate their surroundings meticulously. But now that Yang Kai was taking a look around, to his puzzlement, he didn't find any traces of habitation here, not even a house. Could it be? Yang Kai began scanning the sides of the valley with a look of scrutiny. After some careful observation, he soon made a discovery and walked over to a smooth section of a mountain wall. Reaching out and knocking on this mountain wall, he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. But Yang Kai was not a naive, inexperienced boy anymore, so how could he be deceived by such a simple trick? Rapping on the mountain wall a few more times with his fingers, Yang Kai paid close attention to the sounds which came from inside it while also releasing his divine sense to scan its interior. After a while, Yang Kai smiled happily and without hesitation palmed the mountain wall. Yang Kai didn't use his Saint Chi for this palm, but when he hit the mountain wall, a rumbling sound rang out and it immediately began to crumble, exposing a long, dark tunnel. Yang Kai raised his brow and swiftly stepped inside. This corridor leading into the mountainside was not very spacious, less than 2 meters across, barely spacious enough for two people to walk side by side through it. Yang Kai proceeded a kilometer or two before finally spotting some faint rays of light up ahead. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai smiled even wider and sped up his pace. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at a mid-sized stone room about 100 meters or so in diameter. The layout and decoration of this room was very simple. One table, one chair, one bed, all made from stone, nothing more, nothing less. However, when Yang Kai arrived here, his eyes were instantly attracted to a certain location. Before Yang Kai's eyes was a meter-high pill furnace quietly sitting on the ground. This pill furnace looked extremely simple and gave off a desolate aura, clearly indicating how ancient it was. However, from its markings, it was clearly an Origin King grade alchemy furnace. Next to this alchemy furnace was a skeleton that maintained a cross-legged sitting posture. And looking from its posture, before dying, this skeleton's owner seemed to have been pouring their Saint Chi into this pill furnace. In other words, as this person died, he was still performing alchemy. Yang Kai was instantly able to deduce the truth of this matter. With so many spirit grasses and medicines planted in the mountain valley outside, this person's identity was quite obvious. An alchemist. Only an alchemist would plant so many herbs in his secluded home, and inferring from the posture this man assumed before death, it was quite clear they were a character completely obsessed with alchemy, otherwise they would not have still been refining a pill while dying. The only question was whether they succeeded or not. Thinking like this, Yang Kai released his divine sense curiously and swept the inside of the alchemy furnace. After a quick scan, he discovered that there truly was a pill inside. This alchemist had actually succeeded. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling some admiration. Although he didn't know whether the master of this secluded home died from exhaustion due to alchemy, or because they wanted to refine one last pill before dying, such determination was worthy of Yang Kai's respect. Yang Kai was also an alchemist, so he somewhat understood. Whether this person was good or evil, male or female, there was no doubt they considered alchemy to be more important than even their own life, otherwise this scene would not have appeared. Just as he was sighing with emotion though, Yang Kai heard light footsteps coming from the tunnel behind him and frowned. Without even thinking about it, he immediately leapt forward, reached into the pill furnace, took out the pill inside, threw it into a jade bottle and stuffed it into his space ring. During this lightning-quick process, Yang Kai didn't even stop to examine what kind of pill it was. Just after Yang Kai finished this, a beautiful figure appeared behind him. "Little brother, is this the cave mansion of the owner of this place?" The young female leader of Ice Heart Valley's group arrived and began glancing around in shock. "It should be." Yang Kai gently nodded, remaining calm and composed on the surface. "Oh, there's an alchemy furnace here. Does that mean that the owner of this place was an alchemist?" The young woman looked overjoyed and hurried over to Yang Kai's side as she carefully scrutinized her surroundings. Not seeing any signs of things being disturbed, she next focused her gaze on the space ring on the skeleton's hand with great interest. "Please go ahead, sister." Yang Kai could easily tell what this woman had in mind, so he smiled lightly and gestured to her. Although she wore a slightly embarrassed look on her face, The young woman didn't refuse and simply nodded. In that case, this mistress won't stand on ceremony. Saying so, she quietly condensed her Saint Chi to protect herself before reaching out and grabbing the space ring. Unexpectedly, there was no danger at all, and the young woman easily collected the space ring from this skeleton's hand. Sweeping the contents of this ring with her divine sense, she immediately became extremely happy. A moment later, she tossed the space ring to Xianxia somewhat reluctantly and said, "Little brother should also take a look." Xianxia caught this ring and also released his divine sense to inspect it. After withdrawing his divine sense, he pondered for a moment before turning to the young woman and saying, "Does sister have any objections to dividing the things inside evenly as well?" Since we reached an agreement in advance, this mistress naturally has no objections," the young woman said through a forced smile. "Good. Since that's the case, let's first inspect the things inside." Saying so, Xianxia began casually taking out the contents of the space ring. First, there were many Saint crystals, at least tens of millions, all of them high rank. Such a fortune would be quite extraordinary for an average cultivator. But considering the identity of this space ring's owner, it wasn't all that surprising. After all, alchemists were always wealthy. These Saint crystals were very easy to allocate, with Xianxia and the young woman each quickly taking half. However, what came next was the real highlight, because inside this ring there were 100 or so jade bottles of varying shapes and sizes. Xianxia took out the jade bottles one by one and placed them on the floor. During the whole process, the young women stared at them without blinking, obviously guarding against Xianxia engaging in mischief. As for what was inside these jade bottles, that was obvious. Since the owner of this place had been an alchemist before their death, these jade bottles surely contained pills. So when the 100 or so jade bottles were laid out in front of them, the young woman's breathing became noticeably more rapid. Xianxia, on the other hand, just smiled lightly and said, "Sister, although these bottles are certainly filled with pills, after so many years, it's hard to say how many of these pills are still usable. There's even a chance that all of them have degraded into trash. So it's probably best to not get your hopes up too high." Listening to Xianxia's words, the excitement on the young woman's face immediately converged and she nodded lightly. "What little brother said is true. Let's check them first." "Please go first." Xianxia reached out and gestured. After nodding her head, the young woman picked up one of the jade bottles in front of her, unsealed it, and poured 8 pills out from it onto her palm. However, when these pills appeared before her eyes, the young woman couldn't help showing a disappointed look, because all 8 of these pills had turned into blackened, misshapen pellets with only a weak residual fragrance and absolutely no medicinal efficacy. These pills were clearly all scrap. "Seems my luck isn't very good." The young woman laughed helplessly before turning her beautiful eyes to Xianxia. Xianxia picked up another jade bottle, opened it, and poured out another 7 pills. However, as soon as they saw these pills, the two people present both became excited, because one of the pills was exuding a fragrant aroma and had a bright, fiery red color. Most noticeably, though, this pill had many fine lines across its surface that resembled human meridians. Pill veins. Only when a pill formed pill veins could it be stored indefinitely. Without pill's veins, no matter how carefully a pill was stored, its medicinal properties would still fade with time. Although only one of the 7 pills had formed pill veins, this was still a good start. After all, even though the young woman couldn't recognize what kind of pill this was, it was clear its grade was not low. A grand yuan fusing pill. Xianxia raised his brow and revealed a look of shock. "What?" The young woman's complexion changed abruptly. "Little brother, are you certain this is a grand yuan fusing pill?" Obviously she had heard of this pill. "Yeah, I'm certain because I'm an alchemist myself, so I understand more about pills than ordinary cultivators. This is indeed a grand yuan fusing pill," Xianxia explained casually. The young woman's eyes swept over Xianxia again in shock upon hearing this before hurriedly saying, "This mistress's vision was insufficient, failed to recognize that little brother was actually an alchemist, and acted rudely previously. I hope little brother will not take offense." After learning that Xianxia was an alchemist, the young woman's attitude towards him changed quite noticeably. After all, an alchemist's status was far higher than an average cultivator's. "Haha. Sister is too serious. This one has only dabbled a bit in alchemy and only has some minor accomplishments, nothing worthy of note, Xianxia said immodest. The young woman from Ice Heart Valley didn't intend on discussing this matter any further. After all, even if Xianxia was an alchemist, since he wasn't from Scarlet Wavestar, his status had nothing to do with her. Instead, her attention was drawn back to the Grand Yuan fusing pill as she spoke. If what little brother says is true, then this pill is an Origin King mid-rank pill that can improve efficiency in cultivation by double when taken 3 times. Don't forget this is a pill which has formed pill veins, so its effects are far better than an ordinary Grand Yuan fusing pill. The young woman's eyes lit up with happiness. This type of pill, which could increase one's cultivation efficiency, was extremely rare. The reputation of the Grand Yuan fusing pill had widely circulated throughout the star field, but few people ever managed to obtain one. After taking such a pill for at least half a year, one would be able to obtain twice the results from secluded cultivation that they normally would. This kind of pill was incredibly tempting to this young woman, but unfortunately, only one of the 7 pills from this particular bottle was still usable while the others had all lost all efficacy. As she was lost in thought, Xianxia put aside this Grand Yuan fusing pill. Let's take a look at the rest. With such a good start, the young woman's mood immediately became better as she reached out and picked up another jade bottle before pouring out its content. The 100 or so bottles of pills didn't take much time to inspect, and half an hour or so later, Xianxia and the young woman had managed to sort the useful pills from the degraded ones. Grand Yuan fusing pill, ascending dragon pill, bamboo nature pill, soul enhancing pill, congealing jade pill. The grades and uses of these pills varied greatly. There were healing pills, cultivation pills, pills useful for breaking through bottlenecks, ones for increasing strength, and so on and so forth. Also, each and every one of the useful pills had formed pill veins. Just from examining these pills, it was clear that the owner of this place had been an Origin King grade alchemist while they were alive. What's more, they were obviously an Origin King grade high-rank alchemist. Alchemists of this grade, even considering the entire current star field, were a rare existence. Xianxia couldn't even be certain there was an alchemist that had reached such a height in this era. On top of that, the alchemist who lived here definitely possessed astonishing skill because almost every jade bottle contained a pill that had formed pill veins. Some bottles even had 2, with the most in a single bottle being 3. Unfortunately, there was no pill which had formed pill clouds, a fact that made Xianxia sigh slightly. Pill veins were extremely rare, but pill clouds were an even higher level, heaven-defying existence compared to pill veins. Even with the skills and accomplishments of this ancient alchemist, it was likely he or she was unable to produce pill clouds with any kind of consistency. Sister, there are a total of 135 pills here, each of them with differing values. If you are willing to trust me, I can distribute them. Xianxia turned to the young woman from Ice Heart Valley and proposed. Little brother is too polite since you are an alchemist. It is only natural for you to distribute these pills. This mistress has no objections. The young woman spoke generously, but this was no surprise as, every time they found a usable pill, Xianxia had told her what it was and what use it had. As such, although there were many pills in front of them right now, the young woman already had a rough estimate of each one's value, so she wasn't worried Xianxia would try to cheat her. Seeing her agree, Xianxia gently nodded and began to distribute the pills. 135 was not an even number, but if it was only based on value, it wasn't hard to divide these pills equally. However, when Xianxia finished dividing the pills into 2 parts, the young woman couldn't help giving him a suspicious look and asking, "Little brother, did you make a mistake? The number of pills on my side is obviously greater, and their value is also higher." Xianxia grinned. "There's no mistake. Did sister forget that there is something else of value here other than these pills?" Something else. The young woman glanced around the room for a moment before her eyes landed on something, and she understood what Xianxia was referring to. The Origin King grade alchemy furnace. When Xianxia was dividing these pills, he obviously included this Origin King grade alchemy furnace as well, which was why the distribution of pills looked a little unequal. "So, sister may choose first." Xianxia smiled lightly. "If sister wants more pills, then this alchemy furnace will belong to me, otherwise, the alchemy furnace will belong to you." The young woman couldn't help showing a hesitant look. Her vision was obviously not bad, so she naturally recognized the grade of this alchemy furnace, but the way Xianxia divided things up just now was quite fair. Everything depended upon her choice. If she wanted more pills, she needed to give up on that alchemy furnace, but if she wanted the furnace, she would have to take fewer pills. Presented with these two choices, the young woman felt somewhat conflicted. But soon, she made up her mind, smiled and said, "Then this mistress will take the larger number of pills. Since little brother is an alchemist, this alchemy furnace will certainly be more useful to you. This mistress taking it would be somewhat of a waste." Saying so, she swept the larger pile of jade bottles into her space ring. Xianxia didn't raise any objections and also collected his spoils. In fact, for him, it didn't really matter what choice this young woman made. Although the Origin King grade alchemy furnace was useful to him, it wasn't necessary by any means. However, to this young woman, obtaining more pills was definitely a better choice. While she could take this alchemy furnace back to her sect and obtain some merits for it, or give it to an alchemist in exchange for some favors, both were far less practical than obtaining immediate benefits in the form of pills. Her making this choice was quite practical. Just as the two finished dividing up the pills, the other two Ice Heart Valley women walked in. When the lead woman told her companions about the harvest she obtained here, they were naturally quite excited. The spirit grasses from the medicine garden outside had all now been picked as well, so they were the next thing to be divided up. A few thousand herbs, each with medicinal ages exceeding 10,000 years, had been collected by the group of 4, so it took them about half a day to distribute them. In the end, regardless of who it was, they were extremely satisfied, even Xianxia. With so many herbs, he wouldn't need to worry about having enough practice materials for alchemy in the near future. Becoming an Origin King grade alchemist was only a matter of time. After concluding their business here, everyone prepared to depart. "Little brother, there should be nothing else here. Would you like to accompany this mistress out?" The young woman turned to Xianxia and asked. Xianxia pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "Several sisters should go on ahead. I still have something to do here." "Oh!" The young woman was surprised to hear this and immediately wondered why Xianxia wanted to remain. Feeling slightly suspicious, she swept the entire area with her divine sense again, not even letting off the sitting skeleton nearby. She thought that Xianxia had discovered some other benefits here and was waiting for them to leave so he could take them all for himself. But her divine sense was unable to discover anything else of value here. Naturally, Xianxia understood what she was thinking and calmly explained, "I just want to bury these remains." The young woman's face went blank. "I'm an alchemist, and he or she was also an alchemist. That makes him or her my senior. Since I've obtained this alchemy furnace, I should naturally perform some final rites." "So that's how it is, he. In that case we will take our leave," the young woman said with great embarrassment, feeling like she had just been being overly suspicious just now. Laughing awkwardly before bidding Xianxia farewell, she led her 2 companions out. Of course, Xianxia didn't try to stop them. He had cooperated with the 3 of them out of convenience just now, but in the end they were neither friends nor close acquaintances. Moreover, this woman was quite scheming and had clearly had ill intentions towards him before. Cooperating once was enough. Xianxia had no interest in becoming close to such people. A few moments later, outside the mountain valley, the 3 young women from Ice Heart Valley swiftly flew forward. 2 of them felt quite happy, while their leader wore a look of struggle and annoyance on her face, releasing a long sigh after a while. "Senior sister, what's wrong?" the First Order Origin returning realm woman asked curiously. "It's nothing. I was just thinking that young man is a little strange." The young woman shook her head slowly. Just now, in that stone room, with its narrow walls and limited room to maneuver, and with 2 other people on her side, it was undoubtedly the best place to launch a sneak attack. The young woman indeed had such thoughts and had intended to join forces with her 2 junior sisters and subdue Xianxia there. After all, there were so many pills that had formed pill veins and so many herbs with medicinal ages over 10,000 years. Naturally, she did not want to split such treasures with anyone else. But the moment such a thought crossed her mind, a feeling of alarm gripped her heart as her instincts screamed out to her that if she and her junior sisters were to attack, the ones who would suffer a loss would be them. It was this instinctual fear that caused the young woman to ultimately back down. After the fact, though, she couldn't tell if her decision had been right or wrong. No matter what, being forced to give half of the benefits from that secluded home to a mere first-order origin returning realm boy made her very uncomfortable. It was too late to regret now, though, and the young woman could only do her best to suppress the faint unwillingness she felt while trying not to think about it any further. At the same time, inside the hidden cave mansion, Xianxia let out a light sigh. He had not been lying to the women from Iceheart Valley. He really stayed behind to look for a burial place for this late alchemy grandmaster. These were the remains of a top-level origin king grade high-rank alchemist, one who had died still pursuing the alchemic way, so as an alchemist, Xianxia truly respected him. After taking away the origin king grade alchemy furnace, Xianxia released his Saint Chi and carefully wrapped up the skeletal remains before walking outside. Xianxia planned on burying this alchemist in the mountain valley's medicine garden. Such a burial place should be what this senior would have wanted. A moment later, Xianxia arrived atop the medicine garden, waved his hand to release his Saint Chi, and opened up a deep pit in the ground before carefully laying the late alchemist's bones inside. There was no carelessness in this process, with Xianxia leaving the skeleton perfectly intact, just the way he found it. However, when Xianxia withdrew his Saint Chi from the skeleton, without this layer of protection, the robes on the skeleton disintegrated into dust and were blown away by the wind. In the end, this grandmaster had died over 10,000 years ago, so it was not a surprise that, after all this time, their clothes could not withstand even a slight test of the elements. Not only that, but their bones as well. With a clatter, the skeleton also collapsed into ashes. Xianxia frowned at this sight and released his Saint Chi to surround the freshly dug grave and prevent the wind from reaching it. Even if this senior's clothes had been turned to dust and blown away, Xianxia couldn't allow the same to happen to their remains. If that were to happen, this senior would truly have died without burial, a miserable fate. Waving his Saint Chi about, Xianxia quickly carried over some nearby soil to fill in this grave. Before filling the grave, though, Xianxia's brow rose as he stared towards a certain spot, a trace of suspicion flashing across his face. A moment later, a golden blood thread flashed out. After withdrawing this golden blood thread, Xianxia held a small piece of bone in his hand. This should be a finger bone from the Grandmaster's skeleton, but unlike all the other bones, this one had not disintegrated and was instead perfectly preserved. Although there were no energy fluctuations coming from this fingertip, when Xianxia observed it closely, he could not help showing a look of surprise that soon turned to shock as he muttered aloud, This finger bone was covered with many complicated lines and runes, seemingly hiding some incredible secrets within them. Injecting a little of his Saint Chi into this finger bone, though, Xianxia was unable to observe any kind of reaction. With a puzzled expression, Xianxia was at a loss as to how to access the mysteries contained in this finger bone. Setting this matter aside for the moment, Xianxia carefully stored this finger bone away before filling up the grave. A moment later, the grave was filled. Finished with this task, Xianxia bowed once before turning around and quickly leaving this mountain valley. This was all he could do for this senior. As for the finger bone, Xianxia planned on studying it carefully later, as he was certain this grandmaster had sealed something important in it. Otherwise, there would be no reason to refine it to not degrade even after 10,000 years. Flying along at lightning-quick speeds, Xianxia carefully observed his surroundings as he rushed towards the Emperor Garden's main palace. The journey was quite calm, with no other unexpected situations occurring along the way. For Xianxia, the exploration of the mountain valley had wasted a little time, but compared to the massive gains he obtained, such a delay was still acceptable. However, he had also made up his mind that even if he encountered anything else of interest, he would not stop to investigate and focus entirely on reaching the main palace. As he got closer to the Emperor Garden's main palace, though, Xianxia increasingly felt the atmosphere becoming tense. There were clearly many cultivators lying in ambush around the periphery of the main palace, targeting both those who were coming to explore the main palace and those who were leaving it. As time passed, Xianxia even began seeing many cultivators engaged in fierce battles with one another. Some tried to intercept Xianxia as well, but he was easily able to throw such ambushers off. Thinking about it carefully, Xianxia immediately understood what was going on. According to Min Sha of Azure Tree Star, the Emperor Garden's main palace was filled with crisis, forcing his group to escape after they suffered heavy losses, and look for opportunities outside instead. It seemed the cultivators lying in ambush outside the Emperor Garden's main palace knew about the situation inside and had decided to wait for gains without pains instead, robbing those who were coming and going. This way, not only could they easily obtain some benefits, but they also would not have to risk their lives inside the main palace. What could be better? This was why the surroundings of the Emperor Garden's main palace were filled with thick murderous intent. It took Xianxia some effort to break through this encirclement region. 3 days later, Xianxia stood atop a mild slope, looking at a magnificent and majestic palace, the Emperor Garden. He finally saw the true Emperor Garden with his own eyes. This was the Starry Sky Great Emperor's private residence, and it was suspended in mid-air. Looking around, Xianxia could not see where this palace ended, as if it went on for tens of thousands of kilometers. The previous time Xianxia came to the Emperor Garden, the feeling it had given him was far less profound than the one he was experiencing right now. At this moment, even from 1,000 kilometers away, the main palace of the Emperor Garden radiated an ancient and desolate aura, making one feel as if they had been transported back in time, a wondrous yet unnerving sensation. Where's the entrance? Xianxia frowned, but soon, he found what he was searching for. From a certain position, multicolored light was flashing, and violent energy fluctuations filled the air as many small black spots collided with one another. Obviously, this was the scene of many people fighting. The closer one got to the Emperor Garden's main palace, the more chaotic it became. The Emperor Garden had opened to the entire star field, so with cultivators arriving here from every major cultivation star, a great deal of friction naturally occurred. If Xianxia was not mistaken, the location of the fiercest battle should be where the main palace's entrance was located. Thinking so, he did not hesitate and flew over towards the fighting. After half an incense stick of time, Xianxia stood at the edge of the battlefield and was thoroughly shocked by the massive melee he was witnessing. There were at least hundreds of cultivators involved in this battle, most of them Origin Realm Masters. There were also some Saint Kings present, but none were below the Third Order and had obviously been led here by their elders. These people all wore different robes and their cultivations were equally varied, but every one of them was deeply immersed in this hot-blooded battle. Some people wanted to slaughter a path to the Emperor Garden. Some wanted to flee this place. Some even wanted to kill others and rob them of their possessions. It was nothing short of chaos. From time to time, a pitiful scream would ring out, and in a splash of blood, a body would fall from the sky. It was obviously impossible to pass through such a heated battlefield safely. Xianxia's expression became extremely solemn. Although his strength was truly out of the ordinary, even surpassing some Third-Order Origin returning realm cultivators, he was not confident he could slip through this melee without getting caught up in the chaos. Looking around though, a look of delight soon returned to Xianxia's face as he confirmed his theory to be correct. The Emperor Garden's main palace's entrance was indeed located nearby. A massive gate several dozen meters in height leading into the magnificent palace stood just beyond the chaotic battlefield. This gate was covered with a kind of light barrier that prevented anyone from seeing what lay beyond it, stimulating the desires of these cultivators to enter through it. Just as Xianxia was hesitating about using his full speed to try to break through this region, he sensed some kind of disturbance and turned his head to investigate. In the direction he turned, a bright green stream of light was rapidly approaching, and although it was still a fair distance away, the pressure coming from it was difficult to ignore. Every cultivator who was engaged in battle was shocked by this new arrival and paused their fight to investigate. A moment later, the green stream of light reached the edge of the chaotic battlefield, dispersed, and revealed 7 figures that had been hidden inside. After sensing the cultivation of these 7 people, everyone's expression became dignified. This group consisted of males and females, young and old, but only one of them was a second-order Origin Realm cultivator while the rest were all third-order. Although this group could not single-handedly sweep away all the cultivators involved in this chaotic battlefield, Forcing everyone to give way was not an issue. Clearly this group was from an elite great force and challenging them would not be wise. After seeing the robes worn by those people, someone even exclaimed, "Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce." Hearing this cry, everyone showed a terrified look. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was famous throughout the entire star field and was one of only a handful of superforces. It controlled multiple cultivation stars and had more than a dozen Origin King Realm Masters at its command. What's more, it was rumored that President AIO, the current leader of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, had reached the peak of the Second Order Origin King Realm and was only one step away from breaking through to the Third Order. He was an existence that the entire star field had to look up to. Upon realizing these people were from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, every cultivator present withdrew their hostility and stepped back, none of them daring to show the slightest disrespect. On the other hand, Yang Kai was greatly shaken as he stared towards one of the people in this group, his heart nearly leaping up into his throat. This person's face seemed to be carved from the finest jade, with perfect red lips, a slim but handsome figure, and skin that seemed just a shade too fair, almost the color of pure snow. Adorning his face was an amiable smile that involuntarily made anyone who saw it feel a sense of intimacy. He was the only second-order origin returning realm cultivator amongst this group, making him the weakest, but it was also clear he was its leader as all the others surrounded him like stars around a bright moon. These 6 third-order origin realm powerhouses were all somehow overshadowed by this man's presence. Any woman would adore him, not just for his outstanding appearance, but also because of his innate temperament which was like a bright light that could draw in any moth. Xueyu, the Starfield's famous Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Xueyu, third young master. Yang Kai had been hoping to meet Su Yan here, but instead, it seemed that enemies often met along narrow roads. This was an unwelcome coincidence. Yang Kai was arriving here quite late as when the Emperor Garden opened. He had spent 10 days condensing his but why had Xueyu not arrived here until now? Yang Kai did not know what Xueyu had come here for, but he absolutely did not want to be noticed by him. The reason was simple: Yang Kai and Xueyu had many grievances between them, and he also knew Xueyu's greatest secret. This suave-looking, jade-faced Xueyu, third young master whom millions of the Starfield's young women fawned over was, in fact, a woman herself. If this news were to leak out, who knows how many young girls would be heartbroken and how many young women would cry. The grievances between the two of them were not just about Yang Kai knowing her secret, though. The two of them had many awkward and bitter experiences together. For example, atop an unnamed dead star, the two of them had fought one another in a life-or-death struggle while completely naked, clinging to one another, rubbing their bare skin against each other, all while trying to murder their enemy. Forced into a stalemate during that absurd situation, Xueyu had used a secret technique which tethered their two lives together, allowing both to survive. Because of this secret technique, however, Yang Kai had been forced to find a way to save Xueyu's life after she encountered a fatal accident, causing him a great deal of trouble and almost resulting in his death. Although Xueyu's perception of Yang Kai had noticeably improved the more they interacted, a woman like her would simply not allow Yang Kai to wander about freely while he knew her secrets, lest he someday intentionally or accidentally reveal this information, leading to unimaginable consequences. Xueyu had a special constitution, the dragon marrow phoenix body. This physique was something even Origin King Realm Masters would covet because any man who could obtain her primordial yin would be able to dramatically improve his cultivation with absolutely no adverse consequences. It was for this reason she had lived as a man with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, dedicating great effort to concealing her true gender. Throughout the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, only a handful of people actually knew this secret. Outside the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, only Yang Kai knew it. Knowing this, how could Yang Kai allow Xueyu to see him? The moment he saw this woman, Yang Kai immediately hid away in the crowd while also concealing his aura as much as possible. On the other side, guarded by 6 third-order Origin Realm Masters, Xueyu wore her usual dazzling smile, one that in her male form was enough to make any woman scream out crazily. "Is this the Emperor Garden?" Xueyu muttered as she swept her gaze over the magnificent palace. Replying to third young master, according to the information we managed to acquire, This is indeed the Emperor Garden's main palace. A beautiful woman next to Shuiyu respectfully answered. Good. Since we've arrived, let's head inside. Shuiyu didn't bother with any nonsense, simply declaring so before leading the team of Origin Realm Masters towards the main palace's gate. No one dared to bar the way, without even mentioning the strength of Shuiyu's group. Just the name Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was enough of a deterrent. Who would dare to fight against them here? As such, Shuiyu and her party swiftly and easily crossed the battlefield to arrive in front of the main palace before stepping through the gate and disappearing. After their figures disappeared, many whooshing sounds rang out as several cultivators tried to take advantage of this brief period of calm to rush into the main palace. There were actually quite a number of these people, 20 or 30 at least, each of them using their movement skills to transform into streams of light that shot forward at incredible speed. Xianxia also mixed in with this group. Such an opportunity would likely not present itself again. So how could he not seize it? Although rushing into the main palace now might cause him to run into Shuiyu, this was no doubt his best chance to avoid trouble. Once the fight started up again, it would be very difficult for Xianxia alone to cross this divide. What's more, with the crowd of others also rushing into the main palace at this moment, there should be enough people to conceal himself. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia rushed to the front entrance of the Emperor Garden's main palace and, together with a swarm of other cultivators who also wanted to enter the interior, stepping through the door of light. A flash blinded Xianxia in the next moment as he felt some subtle space force fluctuations around him. After Xianxia's sight returned, he found himself inside a large complex with many white pavilions spreading out before him. I'm in! Xianxia celebrated. The last time he had entered the Emperor Garden, this was the scene he had seen, so he was now certain he had arrived. However, before Xianxia could even show a happy look, he hastily had to shrink his neck and hide his face. Because Shuiyu, who was the first of this group to enter, hadn't gone far, and instead was standing nearby sweeping her eyes around, as if observing something. This group from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce hadn't left, causing the cultivators who had taken advantage of their presence to sneak into the main palace to not dare act rashly. After everyone came inside, they simply stood stiff with slightly anxious looks on their faces. Xianxia squeezed into the middle of this crowd while trying his best to suppress the pounding of his heart, silently praying that Shuiyu would not find him. Trying to make himself invisible, Xianxia lowered his head and did not move. However, what Xianxia feared ultimately came to pass. Shuiyu seemed to grow bored with what she was doing and decided to sweep her pair of beautiful eyes across the crowd of cultivators who had followed her group inside. Xianxia's face sank, knowing that he wouldn't be able to hide here any longer. And so, before Shuiyu could see him, he quickly leapt out and ran away. Naturally, this rapid move immediately drew everyone's attention. Shuiyu also turned her eyes towards Xianxia, and after seeing a vaguely familiar profile, a blank look flashed across her face before she immediately became ecstatic and furiously shouted, "Halt for this young master!" How could Xianxia listen to her though? Not only did he not listen, he instead ran even faster, crossing 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye, leaving Shuiyu and her group far behind. Third young master? The beautiful woman turned to Shuiyu suspiciously. Capture him for this young master. Shuiyu commanded coldly with a gloomy look upon her face. Although the beautiful woman didn't understand why Shuiyu would care about a mere first-order origin returning realm cultivator, she didn't bother asking anything and simply flew off in pursuit of Xianxia. After the beautiful woman dashed out, Shuiyu frowned and began to ponder, the look on her face fluctuating somewhat. Although it was just a glimpse, that profile had given her an extremely familiar impression. One of a hateful man whose face kept her tossing and turning at night. However, in this wide world, there were too many similar people and Shuiyu had failed to see his full face, so she couldn't be sure it was really him. Most importantly, the person who just ran off was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. When she had separated from that bastard, he was only a third-order saint. Could he have possibly grown to such a level in just 10 years? Shuiyu wasn't certain. After all, she was Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's third young master and had a special constitution, as well as unlimited cultivation resources and the best cultivation environments, Yet she had only been able to progress from the third-order Saint King realm to the second-order origin returning realm in the same period of time. On top of that, her breakthrough to her current realm was so recent that she hadn't even had time to consolidate it yet. If it really was him, then rather than just astonishing, his aptitude was nothing less than heaven-defying. Therefore, it was the other party's first-order origin returning realm cultivation that brought Xueyu the most doubt. However, Xueyu would not forget that man even if hundreds of thousands of years passed. Whenever she fell asleep at night, Xueyu would grind her teeth in frustration just dreaming about how he had refused to follow her without any hesitation back then. Was she not beautiful? Did she not have immense status? In the end, that was not it. Xueyu was confident that when it came to beauty, aptitude, or status, she would not lose to anyone in the entire star field. But even so, she had failed to retain a trivial third-order Saint Realm man. At that time, when she had earnestly asked him to follow her, that bastard had actually refused without even considering it. This was nothing less than a great shame to Xueyu. Since that day, she had secretly resented him and had sworn that one day she would capture and imprison him. She would force him to accompany her wherever she went, show him all the wondrous sights and scenes she'd seen to make him thoroughly regret his original decision. She would let him know what it truly meant to have eyes but fail to see. Although Xueyu played the part of a humble, polite, and generous man in front of outsiders, her heart was still that of a woman, and the thoughts of women were sometimes unreasonable and incomprehensible. "We'll also follow," Xueyu declared, unable to calm herself down and simply wait. After taking a moment to determine her bearings, she immediately chased after the beautiful woman who was pursuing Yang Kai. The third-order origin returning realm masters who were guarding her all exchanged a quick, confused glance, wondering just what kind of snake oil their third young master was trying to sell here. However, none of them dared to violate Xueyu's order, so they quickly followed after her. On the other side, not long after Yang Kai escaped, he sensed a third-order origin returning realm master chasing after him. Although he wasn't afraid to face such a master with his current strength, his pursuer was not alone, and if he were to get tied down by her, Xueyu and the rest of her group would definitely be able to catch up. When that happened, he would definitely be in trouble. Yang Kai's impression of Xueyu was extremely complicated. He did not actually have any kind of bitter hatred toward her, and he could even be considered to be her savior. After all, when Xueyu was poisoned by the profound in sunflower water, it was Yang Kai who had refined the pill which saved her life. However, he had also taken advantage of her greatly. On that dead star, he had hugged and tossed about with her completely naked, touching everything there was to touch, seeing everything there was to see. Although the situation at that time forced him to act in such a manner or die, the way he behaved towards Xueyu and treated her was really not appropriate. Even if it was an ordinary woman, they would certainly want to skin him alive, not to mention Xueyu, who possessed immense status and had incredibly high pride. Without any kind of explanation, he had run away so naturally, she would be bearing a grudge. Simply put, if Yang Kai was caught by her, his end would be miserable. So after learning that there was actually a master chasing after him, Yang Kai went all out to escape towards the Emperor Garden's inner depths. As Yang Kai flew forward, a golden light shone from his left eye as he constantly scanned his surroundings. The demon eye of annihilation was one of great demon god's divine abilities, and was able to see through all illusions, so it was of great help to Yang Kai in this situation. He needed to search for a functioning spirit array. There were many barriers and spirit arrays inside the Emperor Garden, and when he had accompanied Fei Jitu and the others to this place last time, Yang Kai had deeply experienced these things might. However, this time the Emperor Garden had opened to the entire star field, and there were many cultivators inside it now, so no matter how many barriers and spirit array there were, they would eventually all be cracked or broken through. All along the way, Yang Kai was unable to find any usable barriers or spirit arrays, instead just ones which had been destroyed. As time passed, and his pursuer drew closer and closer, Yang Kai became more and more anxious. Fortunately, just in time, under the observation of his demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai found a very powerful spirit array up ahead that covered a large region in his path. Yang Kai rushed towards it without hesitation, flying just past the spirit array's edge. A moment later, when the beautiful woman rushed to this place, she failed to notice anything out of the ordinary, fell into the spirit array and was instantly trapped inside of it. Xianxia stood in place and listened for a moment. Hearing tender shouts and feeling some weak energy fluctuations, he immediately knew that his strategy had succeeded. Smiling smugly, Xianxia quickly changed direction and flew off. For the time being, he should be safe. The Emperor Garden's main palace was incredibly large, so as long as he was careful, he shouldn't run into Xueyu again. Thinking so, Xianxia calmed down, but he still did not relax his vigilance, lest he fall into a spirit array trap too. After Xianxia left, less than half a cup of tea's worth of time passed before Xueyu led her group of masters over, and after hearing the beautiful woman's shouts, all of them worked together to break open the spirit array and rescue her. Listening to the report of the beautiful woman, Xueyu's face turned ugly. She hadn't expected that her luck would be so bad. The master she sent to pursue that boy accidentally fell into a spirit array, allowing him to escape. Third young master, this subordinate has failed in her mission. Please punish me. The beautiful woman's complexion was also very poor, a look of shame filling her face. Forget it? Xueyu waved her hand. It's nothing important. I only suspected that person was an old acquaintance of mine, but I wasn't certain. Since we could not catch him, this matter will end here. Worthy of the third young master of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Xueyu acted magnanimously. After learning that Xianxia had run away, she didn't insist on pursuing him again. Third young master is wise. Our most important task right now is to find that secret art. This matter is closely connected with the president's future. As long as he can obtain this secret art, the president will be able to reach the third-order origin king realm and become a peak-level existence. An old-looking man commented. Although his looks were old, he had a ruddy complexion and exuberant vitality. Yes, what old Chu said is correct. Unfortunately, we have too little information at this point and aren't even certain if that secret art is here or not. In any case, to accomplish our mission, we first need to explore around and investigate. Xueyu did not refute, instead agreeing with the old man's surname Chu. Obviously, this old man's status in the group was not low. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was the wealthiest force in the star field, so although the Emperor Garden's reputation was indeed great, there were very few things that could interest them. Despite that, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had still sent an elite team this time, consisting of third-order origin returning realm masters as well as Xueyu to serve as the leader. Obviously, they had an important objective to achieve here. As for the so-called secret art they spoke of, even they had little clue as to what it was, just that it could allow a peak second-order origin king to break through to the third-order origin king realm. Elsewhere, after Xianxia escaped from his pursuers, he quickly found his bearings and flew deeper into the Emperor Garden. Along the way, Xianxia spotted traces left over from battles, as well as the destroyed remnants of various spirit arrays and barriers. There were also many cultivator corpses lying around, which clearly illustrated how dangerous this place was. At the very least, it had become more dangerous since the last time he was here. Xianxia even passed by the wreckage of a number of ancient puppets. These ancient puppets varied in size and appearance, but without exception, they had been destroyed by the cultivators who broke into this area. The last time Xianxia came here, although there were some puppets, their number was definitely not so exaggerated. It seemed that after the Emperor Garden officially opened, the internal dangers also increased dramatically. It was no wonder Min Sha and his group had fled outside, not daring to remain in the main palace for long. The competition here was simply too fierce and there were far too many hidden dangers along the way. But arriving here late had some benefits. Xianxia had spent quite a while outside before entering the Emperor Garden, but now that he didn't need to worry about triggering most of the spirit arrays. By simply following the path of destruction, he was generally quite safe. Countless people had opened the way ahead. Of course, there were positives and negatives to this. While Xianxia could progress faster, almost all the benefits here had also been taken away. Along the way, the various pavilions and lofts had been broken into and tossed for loot. These buildings must have all been thoroughly searched, and it was impossible to know what kind of treasures had been pilfered from them. However, Xianxia did not care. He had come to the Emperor Garden this time specifically for two things. He had discovered these two treasures the last time he came here and was determined to acquire them. One of the treasures he was searching for was the life-revitalizing jade cream, one of the Starfield's 3 great divine waters, which was famed for its ability to restore a withered old cultivator to their youthful prime. To Xianxia, however, the attraction of this life-revitalizing jade cream was that, by taking it, he could condense new drops of pure golden blood. The last time he came here, he had obtained some diluted life-revitalizing jade cream, and he had managed to reap a huge harvest after swallowing it all. If he could acquire pure life-revitalizing jade cream, Xianxia wasn't even able to estimate how much benefit it would be to him. Xianxia's goal was to replace all of his blood with pure golden blood. If he could achieve this, both his vitality and physical resilience would be greatly increased, perhaps not to the degree of his body becoming immortal and indestructible, but at least on the level of being able to heal from grievous wounds with ease. The second treasure Xianxia had come for was naturally the world spirit hidden in the ice road. That world spirit was a manifestation of the pure world energy which over countless years had obtained sentience and was the favorite food of ancient divine spirits. It was rumored that in ancient times, there were many world spirits, but after being preyed upon by ancient divine spirits, they had gradually dwindled in number. The world spirit from the ice road was naturally formed from ice attribute energy, which perfectly suited the appetite of the ice phoenix. So if the ice phoenix remnant soul were able to consume it, it would obtain massive nourishment. Considering what this would mean for Su Yan's future, Xianxia was determined to seize this thing. As long as these two things could be obtained, Xianxia would consider his gains from this trip to the Emperor Garden a bumper crop and wouldn't concern himself with anything else. Thinking so, Xianxia kept observing the surrounding terrain, but after a full day, he still found himself lost. This couldn't be blamed on him, however, as scenery inside the Emperor Garden was all too similar, so it was impossible for him to even know where he was right now, let alone where to look for the world spirit or life-revitalizing jade cream. Through his journey, Xianxia had not encountered any trouble, or any other people for that matter. Obviously, the cultivators who had entered this place had already fallen or ventured deeper, making it impossible for him to find anyone to inquire about news or ask for directions. Inside the Emperor Garden's main palace, unlike outside, divine sense could not be spread out far to explore one's surroundings. 100 meters or so was Xianxia's limit. Xianxia again took out his communication artifacts and tried to contact Yang Yen and Shentong, but to his disappointment, there was still no response. With a sigh, Xianxia reluctantly put these two artifacts back into his space ring before continuing to fly deeper. About half a day later, Xianxia suddenly stopped and perked up his ears, as he could vaguely hear what sounded like the sounds of fighting coming from nearby. After listening carefully for a moment to determine the appropriate direction, Xianxia took off towards the sound of this disturbance. Xianxia's guess was correct. There were indeed people fighting nearby, and as he got closer, the sounds only became more and more obvious. When he arrived at the battlefield, a rather large palace, Xianxia was able to make out a number of people, at least 7 or 8, each with not low strength. From what he could tell, there were two groups fighting here and they had fallen into a kind of stalemate. Even if one side had the upper hand, it was by no means obvious or decisive. Xianxia did not hurry to reveal himself, instead concealing aura and quietly hiding outside the palace, peering through a window to get a better look at the situation. Looking inside, Xianxia saw flashes of light from artifacts and martial skills as the cultivators inside flew about, sometimes fighting one-on-one, or in large melees of 4 or 5, seemingly completely absorbed in this battle. There was also another person inside, a young woman who was lying on the floor, possibly alive, possibly dead. It's them! Xianxia looked for a moment but was soon stunned. He hadn't expected that the first group he encountered after diving into the depths of the main palace would actually be people he knew. It was actually Great Elder Mou, Sect Master Guzhen, and Chun Shi Tao of Clear Sky Sect. Although Mou and Guzhen were both third-order origin returning realm masters and could be considered top masters even here in the Emperor Garden, Chun Shi Tao had just recently broken through to the first-order origin returning realm. What's more, Chun Shi Tao had only managed to break through with the help of a secret technique executed by the elders of Clear Sky Sect. As such, she was still unable to properly display the strength of an Origin Realm cultivator. She had yet to even condense her Sure. On the other hand, the enemy had 4 people, 2 third-order and 2 second-order Origin Realm Masters. Facing such a force, the battle was obviously not proceeding in Clear Sky Sect's favor. Chen Shirtao was in imminent danger, and if not for her 9 Palace Heavenly Silk Parasol, a powerful defensive artifact given to her by MOU, she would likely have already been captured or killed. Gu Zhen and MOU had no choice but to divert a part of their attention to protect her while fighting their own enemies. In the end, though, Gu Zhen and MOU were not ordinary masters. The artifacts and methods they displayed all revealed shocking might. So although the scene looked a little precarious, they should still be able to hold out for a while. From the looks of it, this battle had been raging for some time before Yang Kai arrived. Since he had run into acquaintances, Yang Kai was naturally not going to stand idly by. Without even mentioning that he had a good impression of MOU, Yang Kai was friends with Chen Shirtao. However, Yang Kai was somewhat unable to understand why the trio from Clear Sky Sect had decided to fight it out with these 4 people here. Was there some kind of treasure to be had here? Thinking so, Yang Kai glanced around the palace, and after a moment, his eyes landed on a certain object and a look of joy filled his face. Because in the very center of this palace, there was some kind of altar atop which there was a strange-looking blood-red stone about the size of a heart. Blood Essence Stone. Yang Kai recognized what this thing was at a glance. It was actually a piece of Blood Essence Stone. This was nothing less than a case of wearing out iron shoes while seeking one's feet. Blood Essence Stones were heavenly treasures to most cultivators, as it was able to absorb the blood of dead cultivators and transform it into pure blood chi, which was extremely useful for healing wounds or replenishing vitality at critical moments. However, to Yang Kai, it is even more useful as he could use it as the heart of a stone puppet. On Tong Xian Realm, Yang Kai managed to obtain a total of 2 stone puppet eggs, but he had only found a single Blood Essence Stone. So after arriving on Shadowed Star, he could only hatch 1 stone puppet. However, in his black book space, there is another stone puppet egg which had as of yet been unable to break out of its shell. This was all because it was missing a piece of Blood Essence Stone. As long as Yang Kai could obtain this Blood Essence Stone, he would be able to hatch the second stone puppet. The strength and ability of the stone puppet was something Yang Kai knew of better than anyone. Yang Yen could use it for artifact refining, and it also possessed incredible fighting ability. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, the stone puppet's performance had been extremely eye-catching. Yang Kai already had a stone puppet, so if he were to give the second one to Yang Yen, she would certainly be extremely happy. That girl had been deeply envious of Yang Kai about this for a long time now. Yang Kai had once asked Qian Tong to keep an eye out for news of a Blood Essence Stone. But unfortunately, even with the power of Shadow Moon Hall, he had been unable to find one. Now, without even diving that deep into the Emperor Garden's main palace, Yang Kai had found a piece. How could he not rejoice? In an instant, Yang Kai regarded this Blood Essence Stone as his. However, he first needed to find a way to resolve Clear Sky Sect Trio's crisis. Considering all this, Yang Kai turned towards the battlefield again. There were 3 people from Clear Sky Sect, while their opponents consisted of 4 Origin Realm Masters. With this disadvantage in numbers, the reason Clear Sky Sect's group had been able to last until now was entirely due to Gu Zhen and MOU's high strength. Gu Zhen, as the master of a great sect, naturally couldn't be underestimated. At this moment, he was fighting 2 enemies all on his own, 1 third order and 1 second order. Meanwhile, MOU was fighting the other third order. As for Chen Shirtao, she was sticking close to MOU while tying down the last second 0 order Origin Realm enemy. Unfortunately, she did not have any power to fight back and could only use her 9 Palace Heavenly Silk Parasol to defend against her opponent's attacks. Her pretty face was filled with anxiety. Yang Kai observed the situation for a moment before quickly deciding that the key to this battle was MOU. As long as he could free up MOU, this battle would be decided. Realizing this, Yang Kai no longer hid and flew inside the palace through the open window. As he rushed inside, Yang Kai released his Firebird artifact spirit, instantly causing the temperature inside the palace to soar upwards. All the cultivators who were inside the palace paled when they felt this and couldn't help turning sideways. They were already engaged in a fierce struggle, so how could they not dread another person suddenly intervening now? Everyone was worried that this newcomer was their opponent's reinforcements. Glancing over, all of them saw a strange yet gorgeous firebird composed entirely of flames swoop down from above, releasing a piercing cry from its beak before spewing a washbasin-sized fireball towards them which radiated a frightening might and heat. This is... Mou's eyes narrowed, but soon a look of pleasant surprise filled his face. He had participated in the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain that day, so he naturally had a deep impression of the Firebird artifact and was immediately able to infer that Xianxia was the one who had just appeared. It's not the enemy's reinforcements, but our own. Mou was overjoyed and was able to finally relax and go all out without any reservations. On the other hand, the four unidentified cultivators wore solemn expressions as they noticed the power of the Firebird artifact spirit. As for Xianxia, who flew in behind the Firebird, none of them even placed him in their eyes. In an instant, the fireball released by the Firebird rushed to the top of Mou's opponent's head. The terrifying power contained in this fireball caused this man's face to drain of all color and forced him to hurriedly withdraw and release a white mist from his body that swiftly engulfed a dozen-meter radius space. It was unknown what method this was, but at first glance it was clearly a strong defensive ability. Hong hong hong. The fireball struck in the next moment and easily blew apart this ball of white mist, exposing the figure of the cultivator that had been hiding inside of it. The other party was completely unharmed, however, and the white mist which had been scattered away actually began to recondense. Before the white mist could coalesce again, though, a flash of golden light suddenly shot out from behind the Firebird artifact spirit Firebird and rushed towards the man's chest. Xianxia had attacked. He had released his Firebird at first to attract the enemy's attention while he concealed himself behind it in order to land a fatal strike. So he definitely was not about to miss this opportunity, although he didn't know what kind of profound defensive technique the other party had exhibited. He knew better than to allow this white mist barrier to repair itself. Xianxia's golden blood thread had unparalleled sharpness, extreme speed, and strong concealment, so it wasn't until the golden light was right in front of his opponent that the latter realized he was being attacked. Letting out a panicked shout, this man waved an axe in his hand to try to intercept the golden blood thread. But he was a step too late. With a loud bang, the golden blood thread directly penetrated into this man's lower abdomen and flew out the other side before wrapping around and binding him tightly. The Firebird artifact spirit also struck at this moment, spreading its wings and releasing a stream of flames from its beak towards the captured man's head. Mou, who was the one originally fighting this man, sent out a palm strike which rapidly enlarged as it slammed towards his opponent's head. This man was unable to move, much less dodge, as a monstrous wave of flame and giant palm print rapidly closed in, only able to let out a pitiful scream before abruptly being silenced. After the palm print dispersed and the Firebird stopped releasing its flames, only a charred corpse remained. A third-order origin returning Realm Master had instantly fallen. Xianxia's sneak attack was a pivotal point in this strategy, but the powerful killing blows from the artifact spirit and Mou were the main cause of this man's demise. If not for them, Xianxia's golden blood thread alone wouldn't have been able to kill this person so quickly. After eliminating one enemy, Xianxia didn't delay for a moment. Moving together with his Firebird to attack the two people Gu Zhan was fighting, while Mou dealt with the second-order origin returning Realm Master who was fighting Chan Shi Tao. In an instant, Clear Sky Sec's momentum soared as they went from being on the defensive to the offensive. The other party, on the other hand, was in a state of shock. The still-living third-order origin returning Realm Master was extremely decisive, and after realizing the might of the Firebird artifact spirit, despite a trace of unwillingness on his face, he loudly shouted, "Retreat!" However, it was clearly too late to simply leave at this point. At the very least, the two second-order origin returning realm cultivators would definitely be unable to escape. Mou was completely suppressing one of them, and with his higher cultivation, this person's death was only a matter of time. The other second-order origin realm cultivator was being tied down by Xianxia and the artifact spirit and was also in a critical situation. Only the third-order origin returning realm master, who was the strongest, had an opportunity to withdraw from this battle. After taking a blow from Guzhan, this man found an opportunity to escape and swiftly flew off. But Guzhan was obviously not willing to just let him go and hurriedly pursued him. After Yang Kai joined the battle, in less than half a cup of tea's time, everything had been settled with Clear Sky sect being the undisputed victory. Such an outcome really surprised MOU. Seeing Yang Kai take back his artifact spirit, MOU quickly brought Chen Tao over to thank him. Sect Master Yang, I didn't expect to meet you here. This MO is truly ashamed. This great grace will always be remembered in my heart. Elder MO doesn't have to be so polite. My being here is nothing but a coincidence. It seems you've consumed a great deal of Saint Qi. You should quickly restore yourself. I'll stand guard for you. Yang Kai smiled lightly. What Sect Master Yang said is correct. Then I'll be troubling Sect Master Yang. MOU wasn't a stiff person and understood the importance of maintaining one's Saint Qi's reserves in this place. So he immediately brought Chen Tao with him, sat down cross-legged, swallowed a pill, took out some Saint crystals, and began adjusting his breathing. Guzhan hadn't returned yet, but Yang Kai had no intentions of being polite, rushing over to the altar-like thing where the heart-sized blood essence stone was. This treasure was not something which could simply be taken, however, as whatever this altar was, it had multiple layers of barriers around it. Even the blood essence stone itself had a protective light barrier around it. So if Yang Kai wanted to obtain it, he would first need to break through its shield. Since Yang Kai wanted this blood essence stone though, he didn't hesitate and immediately used his golden blood thread to attack the protective barriers. The light curtain flickered for a moment before returning to its original state. This seemingly flimsy barrier was actually very strong, something that surprised Yang Kai greatly. But in the end, it was still just a static barrier. So no matter how strong it was unable to resist Yang Kai's persistent attacks. After an incense stick worth of time, the barrier shattered, and Yang Kai immediately grabbed the blood essence stone. Examining it closely, Yang Kai found that it was almost identical to the blood essence stone he accidentally obtained on Tongshan realm. Thinking about how his second stone puppet could now be hatched, Yang Kai grinned broadly and laughed as he stored it into his space ring. Turning his head to look around, Yang Kai saw MOU and Chen Tao were still adjusting their breathing, while Guzhan had still yet to return. The sounds of Yang Kai taking the blood essence stone had obviously reached MOU's ears, but the latter didn't say anything about it. After all, if Yang Kai hadn't shown up when he did, the future of the Clear Sky Sect trio would have been worrying. At the very least, Chen Tao would have fallen here, so there was absolutely no way they would have obtained this treasure. As far as he was concerned, Yang Kai was perfectly justified in pocketing this piece of blood essence stone. After sweeping his eyes around the palace, Yang Kai's gaze eventually landed on a corner of the hall where the unknown young woman was lying down. When he had peeped inside from outside the palace a moment ago, Yang Kai had noticed this woman, but he hadn't been sure whether she was dead or alive, and even until now he wasn't, because she hadn't moved at all this whole time. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling curious. Clear Sky Sect's group should only consist of 3 people, so was this woman an associate of the previous group? Thinking so, Yang Kai walked over towards the woman, releasing his divine sense to examine her. As soon as he did though, Yang Kai was stunned. This woman hadn't died, but she had obviously suffered heavy injuries and was now panting laboriously. Her cultivation also wasn't very high, the same as his own, only first-order origin returning realm. With this kind of cultivation, how could she dare enter this place? Yang Kai shook his head secretly, thinking it was a case of men, or rather women, dying for wealth just as birds die for food. When he arrived in front of this woman, Yang Kai took a closer look and saw that her face was extremely pale and that there was blood dried at the corners of her lips. There were no other signs of any external injuries though, so it was likely her 5 viscera and 6 organs which had taken damage. Even though this woman's long black hair was covering her face right now, it was clear she was quite a beauty. This old master was originally studying how to crack the barrier around the altar together with Elder Mo when this woman ran inside in a panic. Those 4 just now were directed here by her, Guzhan said as he returned. but from the annoyed look on his face, he obviously hadn't managed to catch the last enemy. This wasn't too surprising though, as the other party had the same cultivation as Guzhen. So she's not in the same group as those four? Yang Kai raised his brow. Guzhen shook his head lightly. She was probably being chased by them. Oh! Yang Kai was surprised. Originally he thought that this woman was a companion of those four, and was preparing to take advantage of the fact that she couldn't resist to finish her off. But now that he knew the truth of the matter, he could not just act ruthlessly. There was no injustice or hatred between them, and Yang Kai wasn't a cold-blooded person who felt the urge to kill innocents indiscriminately. So he didn't plan on attacking this woman anymore. However, even if he didn't kill her, in her current condition, she likely wouldn't survive long. In truth, though, Clear Sky Sect's trio falling into such a dangerous situation was this woman's fault. If not for this woman trying to use them to deal with her four pursuers, the Clear Sky Sect group wouldn't have found themselves in mortal danger just now. Considering all this, Yang Kai squatted down until his face was almost at the same height as this woman's before reaching out and moved the black hair covering her face to the side. When this woman's face appeared before his eyes, Yang Kai's face filled with a dumbfounded expression before it quickly changed to one of shock and disbelief as he muttered out loud, "How can this be?" It was as if he had suddenly seen something impossible. What's wrong? Does Sect Master Yang know this woman? Guzhen was a worldly master and immediately had a guess. Yang Kai didn't answer immediately as his expression fluctuated erratically, and he continuously swept his eyes over this woman's face. The more he looked, the more shocked he became though, because this woman's appearance was nearly identical to another young woman in his memories. And despite not having seen this woman from his past for 2 or 3 decades, Yang Kai's impression of her was still quite vivid. However, was she really the same woman from his memories? If she wasn't, this would be too much of a coincidence. The world was indeed vast, but even if there were people with similar appearances, it was impossible for there to be 2 different people who had the exact face. But if it really was her, how could she have appeared here? For a time, Yang Kai's thoughts flashed as many different scenes from his past appeared in his head. What most kept Yang Kai from confirming this woman's identity was that she was all alone. If she was who he thought she was, where was the other young woman who was always together with her? Her singular presence made no sense. Sect Master Gu, I need to help her heal. I'll have to trouble Sect Master Gu to stand guard for me. Yang Kai didn't have time to think. Although this woman's eyes were closed and she was clearly in a comatose state, from how her brow furrowed and twitched, it was clear she was still experiencing deep pain. Her vitality was also rapidly passing. So if Yang Kai didn't act fast to save her, she would likely soon pass away. Whether she was who he thought she was, Yang Kai could only first wake her up, then ask carefully. Sect Master Yang may rest assured. This old master swears on his life that no one will disturb you, Guzhen declared solemnly. Many thanks. Yang Kai didn't say anything more, instead propping up this injured woman against the wall carefully before sitting down cross-legged in front of her. Reaching out, Yang Kai grabbed this woman's wrist and began gently pouring his Saint Qi and divine sense into her body to investigate her condition carefully. As he investigated, Yang Kai's expression gradually became ugly. This woman's injuries were much worse than he had originally thought. Her 5 viscera and 6 organs had all suffered a heavy impact, and there was some kind of rampaging energy inside her meridians, probably the effects of some kind of powerful attack she had been struck with. This kind of injury was nothing less than severe, and if it had been any other cultivator here, they would have been absolutely helpless to help her, likely only able to use their own Saint Qi to try to maintain her life. Even for Yang Kai, this was a difficult problem. Whether or not he could save her, even he didn't know, but he could only make an attempt now regardless of his chances. Thinking so, Yang Kai touched his space ring and took out a jade bottle, opened it without hesitation, and poured out a pink-colored pill. This pill instantly released a fragrant and refreshing scent and was clearly not low in grade. Although Guzhen was standing a short distance away, fulfilling his role as a protector, he was also paying attention to Yang Kai's movements. So the moment this pill appeared, he couldn't help showing a look of shock because according to his judgment, it was actually an Origin King grade low-rank healing pill. Origin King grade pills could not be found on Shadowed Star at all, and even taking the entire star field into consideration, they were rare treasures. After all, only Origin King-grade alchemists could refine such pills. If it was just this, though, Guzhin wouldn't be too shocked. The key was that this pink pill had actually formed pill veins. Guzhin's eyes bulged so much they nearly popped out of his skull, and he immediately realized that the relationship between Yang Kai and this woman was probably not simple. If this wasn't the case, how could Yang Kai not hesitate to take out such a valuable pill to help her heal? There were likely not many pills like this in the entire star field, and if it were brought back to Shadowed Star, countless masters would likely go all out to obtain it. What kind of identity did this woman have that would actually make Yang Kai go so far to save her life? Guzhin suddenly became curious. This Origin King grade pill was naturally something Yang Kai obtained in the hidden mountain valley before, but he hadn't expected that it would come in handy so quickly. With his current alchemy technique, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to refine such a pill. When distributing the pills with the young woman from Iceheart Valley back in the hidden cave mansion, Yang Kai had deliberately divided the pills by their various purposes, including healing pills. Origin King grade pills had extremely powerful medicinal efficacies, but given this woman's current condition, Yang Kai couldn't be sure whether taking it would be a blessing or a curse. If she was unable to withstand its potency, it would likely kill her before her injuries. Considering this, Yang Kai took a deep breath and forced out a drop of pure golden blood from his finger before quickly pinching this woman's cheeks and dropping it into her mouth. This drop of pure golden blood would greatly supplement her vitality, so there wouldn't be a need to worry about the damage the pill's efficacies might cause. All that was left was to help her refine the pill itself. Yang Kai didn't shy away, simply reaching out and holding her two jade-white hands and pouring his pure, rich Saint Qi into her body in order to promote the circulation of her own Saint Qi. As time passed, both Mou and Chan Shi Tao also finished restoring themselves, and after asking Guzhin what was happening, they learned about the situation happening in front of them and also stood by quietly. On the other side, with Yang Kai continuously assisting her to refine the medicinal efficacies of the Origin King grade healing pill, the complexion of the woman who had been severely injured was obviously getting better, and the damage to her 5 viscera and 6 organs was gradually being repaired while the rampaging foreign energy in her meridians was being driven out. After 2 full hours, the woman suddenly coughed and spat out a mouthful of black blood straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai reacted quick enough though to flick this mass of black blood aside. Only now was he able to relax. Through his efforts, he had managed to bring this woman back from the gates of death. But if she wanted to fully recover, it would definitely require her a long time, and the combat power she could display right now would probably be less than half of her peak. Inside the Emperor Garden, this kind of condition was undoubtedly very dangerous, as once something happened, she would have no way to fight back. After expelling the mass of black blood, the woman's eyelashes fluttered as she seemed to wake up. Yang Kai was overjoyed. A moment later, the other party opened her beautiful eyes, but it seemed she was still in a daze as her gaze was somewhat blank. After seeing the man sitting cross-legged in front of her though, she wore a stunned look and stared while Yang Kai remained silent. Yang Kai did not dare to voice his thoughts, for fear that the answers he received would not be the ones he wanted to hear. It took a long time and great effort, but eventually, the woman lifted her hand and stretched it out, seemingly wanting to touch Yang Kai's cheek. There was a flash of excitement in Yang Kai's eyes seeing this, so he didn't try to avoid her. They really know each other. Chan Shi Tao saw this and couldn't help calling out. And it seems that their relationship isn't shallow. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land was undoubtedly a joyful matter. So Chan Shi Tao was also quite happy for Yang Kai and felt deeply moved by this touching, long-awaited reunion. The next moment, however, an unexpected scene occurred. When the woman's delicate hand was only a palm length away from Yang Kai's cheek, she suddenly pushed it forward swiftly, as if she wanted to slap him, but lacking in strength and energy. Her actions came off far more ambiguous, as if she was trying to flirt with him. Bastard! Why is the first person this young lady sees after dying actually you? Mistress truly pined for you for all these years for nothing. Why did you die? Weren't good people not supposed to live long while scourges last for 1,000 years? Scolding like this, tears begin flowing out from her beautiful eyes, dripping down her face, making her look extremely sad and pitiful. Bai Luo. Yang Kai's face twitched as he forced this name out from his throat. At this moment, he could finally confirm the identity of the woman in front of him. There was no need to guess. She was the one he knew. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to recognize him at a glance. Beguiling Demon Queen Shan Qing Luo's personal maidservant. Bai Luo. The last time he had seen either of these two was back in the ash-gray cloud evil land nearly 30 years ago. But Yang Kai never expected that he would meet Bai Luo here. Fate is truly unpredictable. He longed for reunion with Su Yan in the Emperor Garden, but he encountered Shui Yu instead, then met Bai Luo who he thought he would never see again. It wasn't like he could think any other way though. After all these years he had been unable to reunite with Su Yan, but at least he had some clues about her location and knew that she was alive. But he had no idea where beguiling Demon Queen Shan Qing Luo and Bai Luo had gone. When he left the Great Han Dynasty and traveled to Tongshan Realm, he said goodbye to Shan Qing Luo and Bai Luo. Nearly 10 years later, when he returned to the central capital from Tongshan Realm, he had once gone to visit the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land to find Shan Qing Luo, but by then, she had long disappeared. After some inquiries, he learned from the Lightning Flash Shadow King that Shan Qing Luo and Bai Luo had last been seen heading to the Spider Mother's Den. After Yang Kai arrived at Spider Mother's Den, he only found an ancient altar with some bloodstains on it. As for Shan Qing Luo and Bai Luo, there was no way to tell if they were even alive or dead. Since then, Yang Kai had been convinced he would never be able to see Shan Qing Luo or Bai Luo again. Who could have imagined such a dramatic reunion would take place in the Emperor Garden though? For a time, Yang Kai couldn't help wondering if he was dreaming. When Yang Kai fell into a daze, Bai Luo seemed to come out of hers and realized she wasn't dead. For a moment she felt embarrassed, but she mostly felt joyful. She too had not expected to meet Yang Kai again here. Although this bastard had bullied her all those years ago, and even caused her mistress to feel incredibly sad and lonely for so long, it was undeniable that being able to reunite at this time in this place made Bai Luo happy. Her pair of beautiful eyes glowed with radiant splendor, and even her vitality seemed to be somewhat restored. Sister Chun, can I trouble you to comfort her? Her emotions seemed to be a bit unstable, Yang Kai asked, fearing that once Bai Luo restored enough of her strength, she would really slap him. Regardless of the circumstances, allowing himself to get slapped twice for no reason was highly improper. Chun Shirtao responded positively and hurried over before sitting down next to Bai Luo and allowing the latter to lean on her while offering some comforting words. Yang Kai got up and briefly communicated with Mou and Gu Zhen. From talking with these two, Yang Kai learned that after entering the Emperor Garden through the space array on floating platforms, the three of them had been split up, but fortunately, they weren't teleported too far apart, so it only took them a short time to regroup. As for the whereabouts of everyone else, they had no clue. So that's how it is. After listening to their explanation, Yang Kai gently nodded, not revealing any kind of disappointment on his face. He had originally intended to investigate the situation of Yang Yan and Yi Shiyun, but since Gu Zhen and Mou were just as lost as he was, Yang Kai could only drop the matter. In any case, with Yi Shiyun following Yang Yan, the latter should not have run into any danger. Glancing back at Bai Luo, Yang Kai's brow twitched involuntarily. At this moment, Bai Luo had all but buried her head into Chun Shirtao's soft mountains and, whether intentionally or unintentionally, she had placed her mouth atop one of the latter's pointed peaks. Bai Luo's breathing had become heated as she inhaled Chun Shirtao's scent, causing the latter's face to flush bright red. Although Chun Shirtao was definitely embarrassed and uncomfortable, she found it difficult to raise any objections because the other party was still heavily injured. What's more, Bai Luo even went so far as to hold Chun Shirtao's jade-white hand tightly while rubbing and playing with it, as if enjoying a new toy that she had just acquired. Yang Kai's face went black. There was no doubt this woman was Bai Luo. As the saying goes, wolves had the instincts of wolves while dogs had the instincts of dogs. Bai Luo had such inclinations all those years ago, and it seemed that even after 30 years had passed that had not changed. A person's interests apparently could not be altered so easily. Seeing Chun Shirtao growing more and more uncomfortable, Yang Kai could not stand it anymore, walked over to grab Bai Luo's collar, and yanked her up. Bai Luo glared fiercely at him, seemingly wanting to snap at him, but before she could her injuries seemed to flare up and she could only cough weakly. Sect Master Yang, what do you plan to do next? If you would like, how about accompanying this old master and elder Mo? Guzhen looked over at Yang Kai and asked sincerely. The dangers inside the Emperor Garden had far exceeded his original estimates. It was not just the numerous barriers and spirit array traps which were scattered about, there was also the threat of cultivators from other cultivation stars, so having even one more person to work with would increase their chances of survival. Especially if that person was Yang Kai. Guzhen knew about Yang Kai's phenomenal abilities. While on the surface this boy was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, his performance in the battle just now was enough to shock anyone who witnessed it. Guzhen very much hoped to cooperate with Yang Kai to explore this place. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before slowly shaking his head and saying, "Thank you for the invitation, Sect Master Gu, but this Yang will have to politely decline. If it was just me, I'd have no objections to working together, but now..." Saying so, he glanced over towards Bai Luo. This woman had just been rescued from the gates of death and was now more a burden than an asset. So how could Yang Kai allow her presence to hamper Guzhen and Mou's progress? On the other hand, Yang Kai couldn't ignore Bai Luo since he had many things to ask her still. What's more, it would not be convenient for outsiders to know about the actions he was about to take. Since that's the case, this old master won't insist. Guzhen clearly understood Yang Kai's concerns, so he raised no objections. To be honest, he and Mou were already struggling with just Chen Shirtao, so if they were to add Bai Luo now, the road ahead would surely become even harder to pass. With a light smile, Guzhen said, "This old master is planning to explore around this area for a few more days before heading outside. If Sect Master Yang feels that his strength falls short, this old master encourages him to quit while he is ahead. This old master has heard that there are also many opportunities and benefits outside the Emperor Garden's main palace. Junior will keep that in mind." Yang Kai gently nodded before suddenly seeming to remember something and asking, "Right, the three of you have been here for more than 10 days, correct? Have you by chance come across a place with an ice road?" Ice road. Guzhen and Mou exchanged a glance before slowly shaking their heads. "We haven't seen such a place. Is that so?" All right, I was just asking casually." Yang Kai smiled lightly, although they were curious about why Yang Kai was asking about an ice road. Neither Guzhen nor Mou had any intentions of investigating this matter. The two parties exchanged a few more words with each other before the Clear Sky Sect trio said their goodbyes. Before leaving, Chen Shirtao glanced over at Bai Luo with some slight wariness, and after finding that the latter was still staring at her with a bright smile on her face, Chen Shirtao couldn't help shivering slightly, apparently having suffered some psychological trauma. After the three from Clear Sky Sect left and it was only Yang Kai and Bai Luo, he turned towards her with a complicated expression on his face for some time before finally asking, "Can you move? I still need to rest for a while," Bai Luo said with a pale face. "Sure. I had some things I wanted to ask you about anyways, so staying here temporarily isn't a problem." Saying so, the two found a corner in the palace to rest while they talked. Yang Kai was naturally curious why Bai Luo was here, where Shanqing Luo was, and where the two of them had gone after they left the ash-gray cloud evil land. Asking these questions one by one, Bai Luo did not try to hide anything and explained briefly. Her story was actually incredible though. 2 or 3 years after Yang Kai separated from Shanqing Luo and headed off to Tongxian realm, Shanqing Luo took Bai Luo to search for his trail. Although she had heard about where he was going from Yang Kai before, and that as long as she could find a void corridor, she could reach that place even after Shanqing Luo traveled to various lands and places, she was unable to achieve her wish. She had found several void corridors in fact, but none of them led to Tongxian realm, most of them turning out to be unstable or only transmitting a person over short distances. 3 years later, she and Bai Luo returned to Ashgray Cloud Evil Land. Each generation of beguiling demon queen bore the sad fate of their inherited poison widow body. Shanqing Luo's mother and grandmother both had similar lost love experiences, something which was inevitable with this special constitution. However, Shanqing Luo was different from them in that her loved one had only gone to a place she was unable to follow instead of dying at her own hands. One day, feeling nostalgic, Shanqing Luo had taken Bai Luo to the Spider Mother's den. This was the place where she and Yang Kai were held captive by the 7th Order monster beast Spider Mother. It was there that the two shared a life or death experience, and it was also there that they came to know each other. Just prior to that experience, through a series of accidents, Yang Kai had left an indelible mark on her mind. If Shanqing Luo wanted to reminisce, there was no better place than here. Since the 7th Order monster beast Spider Mother had been killed by Yang Kai, the Spider Mother's den had become an abandoned lair. Yet, after arriving, Shanqing Luo discovered a small hidden altar that seemed to be summoning her. Shanqing Luo was unable to resist this call, and after arriving at the altar cut her wrist and poured her fresh blood onto it. In an instant, a brilliant light appeared from the altar and engulfed her and Bai Luo. When she woke up with Bai Luo, Shanqing Luo suddenly found herself in an entirely different place. Initially, Shanqing Luo rejoiced, thinking she had finally come to the higher world Yang Kai had told her about. But her joy was quickly replaced by terror, as when she examined her surroundings, she discovered a massive silver spider looming over her. Shanqing Luo and Bai Luo were nearly scared to death when they saw the spider, and both thought this would be where they died. However, after careful examination, they discovered that this several hundred-meter-tall silver spider was nothing more than a corpse which had died countless years ago. But what Shanqing Luo found even more shocking was the subtle connection she felt with this giant spider. And when she circulated her secret art, she discovered that she was actually able to absorb some kind of mysterious power from its body. This mysterious energy not only changed her poison widow body physique, but also greatly improved her aptitude and rapidly increased her cultivation. If one survives long enough, they will eventually encounter great fortune. As a member of the beguiling demon queen lineage, Shanqing Luo deeply realized this point and understood that this was her greatest opportunity. So she did not hurry to leave and instead began cultivating in this place. A few years later, after the giant spider's corpse crumbled to dust and the mysterious power inside of it had all been absorbed by her, Shanqing Luo found that her strength had climbed from the 2nd Order Saint Realm straight to the 1st Order Origin Returning Realm. Bai Luo had also obtained many gains from this place. Although she could not absorb the mysterious energy from the spider's body like Shanqing Luo, the ambient energy was of great benefit to her. At this point, the two women left from the strange place they had arrived at. After some inquiries, the pair realized they had entered the star field and were currently on a certain cultivation star, the Monster Emperor star. On this cultivation star, 90% of the sentient inhabitants were monster beasts or belonged to the monster race. This cultivation star was enormous, however, so there were also some human and demon race cultivators around, but their numbers were scarce and their living environments were also quite bad. After all, Monster Emperor Star was ruled by the monster race. After the master-servant pair spent a period exploring Monster Emperor Star, they coincidentally encountered an opportunity. Shanqing Luo had been discovered by Qi Yu, one of the 10 great tribal lords, and was taken in as her adopted daughter, granting her and Bai Luo status and a stable residence. As one of the 10 great tribal lords on Monster Emperor Star, Qi Yu was naturally an Origin King Realm Master, so as her adopted daughter, Shanqing Luo's position could be described as below one, above all others. After listening to Bai Luo's story, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He had many encounters and experiences over the years, but never had he expected Shanqing Luo and Bai Luo's experiences to be no less astonishing than his own. However, their luck was undoubtedly better than his. Over the past decades, Yang Kai had faced many life or death dangers. He had entered the star field step by step through Tongshen realm as a stepping stone. Meanwhile, Shanqing Luo had made the same trip in a single leap by passing through that strange altar to reach the star field. That Qi Yu is not only an Origin King Realm Master but also one of the 10 great tribal lords. Why would she suddenly take a liking to Qing Luo, even going so far as to accept her as her adopted daughter? Yang Kai asked curiously. After all, Qi Yu belonged to the monster race while Shanqing Luo was human. Normally the two different races were at odds with one another. Yang Kai could not help thinking that Qi Yu had some kind of hidden intention. Hearing Yang Kai ask this, Bai Luo naturally understood what he was worried about and smiled slightly. Because Mistress inherited the source of a heavenly moon demon spider, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider? Yang Kai's face changed slightly. Oh, you've heard of it? Bai Luo also looked at him with some curiosity. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider was one of the ancient divine spirits. Strictly speaking, it was in existence at the same rank as dragons and phoenixes, but which was weaker or stronger was difficult to say. After all, no one living had witnessed a battle between ancient divine spirits. Yang Kai knew about the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider because of the relatively large amount of contact he had with ancient divine spirits recently. Whether it was the Golden Dragon's remnant soul he possessed or the Ice Phoenix remnant soul which belonged to Su Yen, both could be classified as ancient divine spirits. How did Qing Luo obtain a Heavenly Moon Demon Spider source? Yang Kai frowned, but suddenly thinking of something, he asked, "Could it be the giant spider you met when you first arrived on Monster Emperor Star?" And it was the corpse of a Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Bai Luo cast him an appreciative look. Mistress spent a great deal of time examining and researching it, yet ultimately couldn't figure out what it was. But the reason Red Moon Tribal Lord decided to accept Mistress as her adopted daughter was for this reason. Why else would Red Moon Tribal Lord give Mistress so many benefits for no reason? So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded gently. If this was the case, then things made sense. Shan Qing Luo possessing the strength of the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider's source was because she had absorbed the mysterious energy from the body of a true Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, causing her bloodline to transform. Yang Kai even suspected that Shan Qing Luo being able to reach Monster Emperor Star directly through that strange altar was related to the dead Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. The altar itself might have been created by that Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Shan Qing Luo's lineage and her poison widow body were probably inherited from it as well. Everything was connected. Then where is your mistress now? Did she enter the Emperor Garden as well? Yang Kai asked urgently. Hearing this question, Bai Luo's expression immediately darkened and nodded. We both entered this place, but I was separated from Mistress after arriving here, so I don't know where she is now. Obtaining such a response, Yang Kai could not help but sigh. Seems you have a little bit of conscience. Bai Luo pursed her lips upon seeing Yang Kai worried about Shan Qing Luo, thinking he was a bit more pleasing to the eye. But you can rest assured, even if Mistress is alone, she shouldn't be in any danger. She's already a third-order origin realm master, and is almost invincible amongst cultivators in her realm. She's become that strong? Yang Kai was taken aback. Being invincible in the same realm wasn't that surprising. After all, Shan Qing Luo now possessed the source strength of a Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, so her strength no longer conformed to common sense. However, her cultivation reaching the third-order origin returning realm was what truly shocked Yang Kai. He believed that his own cultivation speed was incredibly quick, but he had not expected that Shan Qing Luo's would be more exaggerated than his. However, this too wasn't unacceptable after he thought about it carefully. After all, according to Bai Luo, when Shan Qing Luo absorbed the mysterious energy from the corpse of the ancient divine spirit, she had broken through from the second-order saint realm to first-order origin returning realm directly in only a few years. Heh, if you don't work harder, Mistress will certainly fall in love with someone else, you little bastard. No woman is willing to be with a man who can't protect her. Bai Luo's quipped while taking pleasure in Yang Kai's misfortune. In the past, Shan Qing Luo's cultivation had been higher than Yang Kai's, but after so many years, not only had the gap not narrowed, it had instead expanded. This made Bai Luo subconsciously think that Yang Kai wasn't worthy of her mistress's affection, and feel a complicated sense of smugness, as well as pity towards Yang Kai mixed with a tinge of disappointment. Mind your own business, Yang Kai snorted. When he thought about that enchantress Shan Qing Luo while feeling some pain in his heart, he did not feel any kind of fear. However, that woman's charm was somewhat incomprehensible. Yang Kai was easily able to resist the temptations of other women. Even when Yin Sudai used her charm technique on him, he was able to casually ignore it. But when it came to Shan Qing Luo, Yang Kai honestly was not sure he would be able to remain calm in front of her. If he were to accidentally be captivated, mind and body, by her, his upright reputation would instantly be ruined. Forget it, let's not talk about this now. The Emperor Garden is so massive that it may not necessarily be possible for us to even meet. Yang Kai seemed to be talking to Bai Luo, but also consoling himself. Although Shanqing Luo had used a secret technique on him long ago called the soul-seeking seal, which she could use to perceive his position, after so many years, even if he hadn't deliberately tried to erase this soul-seeking seal, it had still almost disappeared. It would probably be impossible for Shanqing Luo to find him through this soul-seeking seal. And, in any case, after this Emperor Garden closes, I'll be returned to Monster Emperor Star and tell Mistress all about your situation. Bai Luo smiled lightly. Her mistress had been worried about Yang Kai for so many years, so if she knew he was doing just fine and had already entered the star field, she would definitely be very happy. Which cultivation star are you on now? Shadowed Star. But you can't travel there? Yang Kai shook his head slowly before explaining Shadowed Star's situation briefly. Bai Luo listened intently while preparing to report to Shanqing Luo in detail. By the way, are you looking for an ice road? After they finished catching up, Bai Luo suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to Yang Kai to ask. Yeah. Have you seen it? Yang Kai raised his brow. I came across something that might be what you're seeking, but I can't be certain, Bai Luo said hesitantly. When she was being chased after by those 4 cultivators, she had not been able to choose which direction she ran and had once fled down a long corridor. Originally, she thought about entering this passageway to find a place to hide and throw off her pursuers, but after realizing how profound the chill was inside of it, she had given up on this idea and escaped. It was after that incident that she ran into the trio from Clear Sky Sect and dragged them into her predicament. Listening to her description, Yang Kai was overjoyed and anxiously asked, "Do you remember the specific location?" If the description Bai Luo gave was accurate, that place was certainly the ice road he was looking for. I'll take you there, Bai Luo said as she stood up. Although she was still feeling a little weak, her cultivation wasn't low, so after such a period of rest and restoration, as long as she didn't have to exert herself greatly, moving about shouldn't be a problem, so Yang Kai didn't try to stop her. Carefully releasing his divine sense to monitor their surroundings, Yang Kai followed Bai Luo. Their destination was not too far, so it only took Yang Kai and Bai Luo less than half a day to arrive. This is it? Looking at the familiar environment around him, Yang Kai showed a happy expression. Although the scenes inside the Emperor Garden's main palace were not exactly the same as the last time he came, the differences were quite subtle. Since that was the case, and because he had been here once before, how could Yang Kai not recognize this ice road? Feeling the bitter chill which pulsed from the ice road, Bai Luo's face turned pale. Even if she was at full strength, if she were to enter this place, she would definitely die, not to mention now that she was severely wounded. Should I wait for you outside? Bai Luo asked. No, you should come with me. Yang Kai shook his head. After crossing the ice road, he had to look for the life-revitalizing jade cream, so he was not planning on coming back. As such, he would not feel assured leaving Bai Luo alone here. You want me to follow you in? Bai Luo frowned, obviously feeling uneasy. Don't worry. I've walked along this road once before, so protecting your safety won't be an issue. Yang Kai grinned. All right. I hope I won't die without realizing why. Bai Luo sighed helplessly. Although her words were filled with anxiety, she did not try to put up an argument. So it was quite obvious she deeply trusted Yang Kai. And let's go. Yang Kai nodded before walking towards the ice road. As soon as they stepped onto the ice road, frigid energy wrapped around them, making it seem as if even their souls would soon freeze. Yang Kai did not panic though, and instead pushed his Saint Qi to condense a flame halo around himself and Bai Luo, instantly isolating them from the surrounding cold. His burning hot demonic flames had a strong protective effect against the ice attribute energy of this place. Oh? Has someone else been here already? Yang Kai looked around and could not help but raise his brow in surprise. This ice road showed clear signs of someone traversing it. Many of the surrounding icicles were damaged or destroyed, while the frozen corpses which had been scattered about were also smashed. So it was clear that a battle had taken place here. From the lingering energy fluctuations, it seemed this fight had taken place recently as well. Soon, Yang Kai even heard some faint explosions up ahead, indicating that someone was still fighting. Yang Kai and Bai Luo exchanged a glance before silently concealing their auras and heading towards the place where the battle was taking place. The deeper the pair went, the more terrible the cold became. Soon Yang Kai's St. Chi defense alone wasn't enough to resist the chill. So with no other choice, he could only summon his Firebird artifact spirit and have it transform into a flame-like curtain to protect him and Bai Luo. Is this an artifact spirit? Bai Luo's beautiful eyes widened in wonder. You possess such a powerful fire attribute artifact spirit? At that moment, she could not help raising her evaluation of Yang Kai a bit. Shoo! Yang Kai shot her a glare before continuing to move forward. Although he was deliberately concealing his aura, the energy fluctuations of the Firebird artifact spirit could not be covered up. So Yang Kai couldn't be sure whether the people fighting up ahead would be able to detect them. Regardless, Yang Kai felt he and Bai Luo needed to act even more carefully now. After the time it would take for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai arrived at the periphery of the battlefield. Hiding behind a small ice pillar and secretly observing, Yang Kai saw two women wearing white dresses desperately fighting against a white rabbit-like beast. This white rabbit looked quite small and exquisite, as if it was carved from pure, flawless white jade. However, every one of its actions affected the ice attribute energy in the air. In other words, this white rabbit could control the chill here and use it to perform terrifying attacks. The two women who were fighting against this rabbit had powerful cultivations at the third-order origin returning realm and had clearly cultivated ice attribute secret arts, because the martial skills and artifact attacks they used all exuded a frigid aura. Fighting in this environment no doubt allowed them to exert greater strength for a longer period than they normally could. But even so, these two women still could not gain the upper hand and instead were slowly being suppressed by the white rabbit, causing anxious looks to fill their faces. As for what this white rabbit was, that was obvious. The world spirit. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. When Yang Kai entered the Emperor Garden last time, he had encountered this little thing and knew that it could transform its body into any form it wanted. So even though it currently looked like a pure, exquisite little rabbit, it was very fierce. Although the two third-order origin returning realm women had very high strength, and fighting in this special environment allowed them to display their power to an extraordinary extent, the white rabbit-shaped world spirit could also take advantage of this environment. Moreover, the advantage it gained here was obviously greater than the one these two women could obtain. This was not a surprise though, as the world spirit was itself pure condensed ice attribute energy from this place that after innumerable years of accumulation had obtained sentience. This ice road was akin to its birthplace and home. So even though the two women joined forces, they were still helpless to defeat this world spirit and instead were being steadily suppressed at every turn. What a coincidence! Yang Kai grinned lightly as he observed the two women and murmured, "You know them?" Bai Luo asked curiously. "I don't, but I know where they come from," Yang Kai replied casually, only deepening Bai Luo's confusion. Yang Kai truly hadn't met these two women before, but judging from the symbols embroidered on their robes, he could tell they were masters from Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai had worked together with several women from Ice Heart Valley only a few days ago. So how could he not recognize these women's origins? It seemed that Ice Heart Valley's cultivators had divided into two groups, one to explore outside of the Emperor Garden's main palace while the other entered it. A wise decision that didn't place all their assets on a single bet. Ice Heart Valley's cultivators all cultivated ice attributes, secret arts, and secret techniques, so their interest in this world spirit was understandable. Yang Kai estimated that even though they knew it would be risky, they had decided to capture this white rabbit, but now they were riding a tiger and were unable to get off, only able to grit their teeth and persist. Yang Kai's current situation was akin to sitting on a mountaintop, watching the tigers fight. The strength of these two women from Ice Heart Valley wasn't low, so even if they were inferior to this world spirit, they could still cause some trouble for it. Yang Kai simply had to wait for an opportunity to take action and capture the world spirit in one fell swoop. Either that or let the Ice Phoenix remnant soul directly devour it. As for whether these two women lived or died, it did not matter to Yang Kai as he shared no friendship with them. Yang Kai was not in the habit of saving strangers from danger for no reason. Making up his mind, Yang Kai signaled to Bai Luo to wait patiently. Bai Luo understood what he was planning and gently nodded. Although she appeared calm on the surface, in the depths of her heart she was feeling extremely tense. This could not be helped though, as stealing meat from a tiger's mouth was quite exciting. She had not expected Yang Kai's courage to be so great, daring to plot against two third-order origin returning realm masters in secret. But, since he was the man her mistress had taken a liking to, if he did not even have this much courage, he was not worthy of her. With such a thought in mind, Bai Luo began anticipating what would happen next. The fighting continued as Yang Kai and Bai Luo hid behind the ice pillar carefully, so as not to reveal their presence. Fortunately, the two women from Ice Heart Valley were completely focused on the world spirit, so they did not have time to watch their surroundings. As time passed, the battle grew fiercer and fiercer, with the two women from Ice Heart Valley essentially risking their lives in an attempt to break free. By this time, they were deeply regretting rushing in and provoking this world spirit in its domain. At this rate, not only would they fail to obtain it, they were in real danger of falling here. Unfortunately, regrets were not of any help to them. In the face of the unceasing attacks caused by the white rabbit manipulating the ice attribute energy in the surroundings, the two women were rendered only able to passively defend themselves. As the situation grew worse, the two women both began showing signs of anxiety as their pretty faces paled. Yang Kai watched all this with indifferent eyes from nearby, still waiting for an opportunity to act. But suddenly, his brow furrowed as if his instincts were warning him about something. This feeling was as if someone was staring at him. Thinking so, Yang Kai quickly calmed down, frowned, and took another look around. However, his eyes failed to discover anything suspicious. What was worse was that Yang Kai couldn't release his divine sense too far from his body, rendering it useless in this situation. However, he did not believe his instincts were mistaken. Perhaps there was someone else hiding nearby. Considering all this, Yang Kai lowered his head slightly, and a golden light suddenly flashed from his left eye as he activated his demon eye of annihilation. This time, Yang Kai finally found something. Behind another ice pillar less than 300 meters away, there were two figures next to each other. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of profound treasure this pair had used, but it was capable of completely concealing their figures and auras. Even Yang Kai's demon eye of annihilation was unable to reveal their true appearances, only their figures. However, from their physiques, Yang Kai judged that these two should be a man and a woman, with the man having only one arm. Xianxia and Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master. A face immediately crossed Yang Kai's mind, causing his expression to sink. Although it was only his guess, it should be right. After all, a male and female pair with the man only having a single arm really pointed to them being the pair from Demon Blood Temple. If it was them though, this was too much of a coincidence. It was truly a case of enemies often meeting along narrow roads. Yang Kai cursed his misfortune thinking so. After all, there was nothing harmonious about his relationship with Demon Blood Temple. Before entering the Emperor Garden, Xianxia even tried to kill him once. Unfortunately for Xianxia, he had greatly underestimated the power of the ambient Emperor pressure and had wound up injuring himself instead. Still able to recall the exact threatening words Xianxia had spoken back then, Yang Kai knew that this man would not give up on killing him. The other pair should have discovered him already, and they were the ones his instincts warned him about a moment ago. Fortunately, Yang Kai had used his demon eye of annihilation to quietly find them. Since Xianxia and that beautiful temple master were unaware of his knowledge, it could be said that he now occupied an advantageous position. As the praying mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole watches, who is the hunter in the end? The current situation could only be described as delicate and complicated, causing Yang Kai to not dare rush out rashly, otherwise he would likely fail to achieve his objectives. Two tender shouts suddenly rang out from nearby. Although the cultivation of the two women from Ice Heart Valley was not weak, and their artifacts were very powerful, fighting against the world spirit in this place was still not easy. All of their artifacts had been damaged by the overwhelming ice attribute attacks of the world spirit, and even the Saint Chi these two were using to protect themselves was in danger of failing. On the other hand, the white rabbit world spirit had a look of satisfaction on its face, its crimson eyes filling with playful light. Jumping back and forth, it displayed extreme agility as it continued to condense the ice attribute energy around itself into spear-like projectiles that it shot in waves towards the two women from Ice Heart Valley. A constant sound of the air being sliced through rang out, causing the two women's faces to change greatly. In an instant, they used some kind of mysterious secret technique to temporarily link their Saint Chi together and jointly defend themselves. Hong hong hong. The sound of a massive explosion filled the entire ice road as the surrounding world energy whirled about chaotically, as if it was the end of the world. Two screams rang out as two graceful figures flew backwards through the air, coughing up blood as they did, dyeing their white robes red, making them appear extremely miserable. At that moment, the two women from Ice Heart Valley showed looks of despair. They had almost completely consumed their Saint Chi and had been severely injured by this world spirit. So right now they lacked any power to fight back and could only close their eyes and wait for death. Suddenly, two new figures emerged from behind a nearby ice pillar. Their appearance was completely unexpected, as if they had materialized out of thin air, instantly transforming into two blood-red streaks as they quickly shot towards the world spirit. Simultaneously, Yang Kai discovered that his guess had been correct. These two were none other than Demon Blood Temple's beautiful temple master and elder Xianxia. These two choosing to act at this moment was naturally not out of kind intentions to save the two women, but rather because the world spirit would be most off guard, making it vulnerable to a sneak attack. Although this ice attribute world spirit was of no use to them, if they could acquire such a treasure, they could exchange it for many other treasures they desired. As for Yang Kai and Bai Luo, Xianxia and the beautiful temple master didn't even put them in their eyes, planning to deal with the world spirit first before looking for trouble with them after. The timing these two picked to take action was perfect. Mid-air, Xianxia's cheeks swelled up before he released a cicada-like cry from his mouth, creating a terrifying wave of sound ripples visible to the naked eye. This wave of ripples quickly spread out and wrapped around the world spirit. The world spirit, which was just about to rush to finish off the two women from Ice Heart Valley, was caught off guard and wasn't able to immediately respond. Ordinary attacks were useless against this world spirit as it was essentially intangible. But Xianxia's secret technique, which took the form of a sound wave, was an exception. Xianxia's Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art, which was an ancient secret technique, had immense power and was mainly used to attack an opponent's soul. Although the world spirit had sentience, it was by no means on the same level as a human cultivator and what it was most vulnerable to attack like this. Xianxia's attack was the perfect counter and the effect it showed was significant. The white rabbit world spirit showed a clear look of extreme pain in the next instant and its entire body began to fluctuate, as if it was on the verge of breaking apart. Falling to the ground, it used its two front paws to cover its head as it flailed around in agony. Demon Blood Temple's beautiful temple master quickly followed up, waving her jade-white hand and sending two blood-red silk threads flying towards the white rabbit. Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique. This temple master of Demon Blood Temple had managed to cultivate two demon blood threads. All of Demon Blood Temple's senior figures cultivated the Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique, but their technique was very different from Yang Kai's Golden Blood Thread, for which he used drops of pure golden blood to condense. As long as Yang Kai had enough golden blood, it didn't matter how many golden blood threads he condensed, as doing so caused him no harm. But the Demon Blood Temple's Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique was different. The Demon Blood Threads condensed by Demon Blood Temple's senior figures were all condensed using their vitality and blood essence, which was the foundation of their physiques and something which could only be formed and enhanced through years of accumulation. As such, each Demon Blood Temple was extremely precious to its owner. When cultivating the Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique, one would have to greatly damage their vitality, which meant that after succeeding, one would need to find a way to make up for the losses. Otherwise, they would leave behind immense hidden dangers. A single cultivator could basically cultivate one Demon Blood Thread in their lifetime, and if they forcibly tried to cultivate a second one, it would produce a huge load on them, possibly even leading to their death. The consequences of such actions were dire,